when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All of this cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
Yeah,
then all you really need is hope.
Let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drop and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Sorry it took me an extra second because I was trying to get the new intro video to upload and it wasn't cooperating. And so, and then don't you know, I went to look up the new flyer that I had added and she was found safe. So I'm going to have to change it again anyways. Good news that she was found safe, but bad news for the time it took to upload the new intro. So lots of things expected today, you guys. Hopefully the doctor comes back. I'm not sure if she will or not. Honestly, if I was her, I would be so mad. I would be so furious with this defense team. I don't know if she can sue them for making her look negligent or make her look bad. You know what I mean? Because they really have made her look horrible. But none of it's her fault. None of it is her fault. Like this is a woman who is a professional at what she does. She has been asked to come here and defend Letecia because of her belief that the lawyers and Letecia had been being honest with her about the diagnosis that she was coming to do. And not only were they dishonest with her about, I think, signs, symptoms, her past, different things like that, but I think that they were also dishonest with her whenever it comes to the reports and the procedures that needed filed. We heard her say, like, she was told that the court wouldn't pay for the MRI. That was a complete and utter lie. Tellini actually asked for it not to go forward. He did not want the MRI. Why? Did they know that T is lying and feigning this all this time? Were they aware of that? Were they aware that nothing would show up on an MRI, but this was the only possible defense that had any chance of her walking out of this prison? You know, how much of this goes back to their want to defend her, not only because she is their client, but, you know, could there also be inappropriate behaviors and things like that that are happening behind the scene? I mean, we're watching her and Will Cook basically rubbing shoulders throughout the day and being a little bit too chummy in my opinion, um, giggling and stuff through the courtroom. You know, how much of this is to protect his new little friend that he has made throughout this trial or throughout covering her case over the last 2 years? Because remember, they weren't covering her from the very beginning, just since, just since everything started again. So I was upset for the doctor, not because I felt like I don't think it was the prosecution's fault at all. I think that this defense team, though, I don't know if the judge can address this. I don't know if the doctor can submit some type of um, some type of complaints to their licensure or something along those lines. Like, I don't know exactly how that works, but I wouldn't blame her for 1 second if she were to quit, walk off the stand, and say she's not doing this anymore. She's not going to sit there and be made to look like a fool because of things that she was lied to about. That's just my opinion and all. And so I looked up what happens whenever someone quits. If an expert witness quits and decides not to testify on your behalf, it depends on which part of the trial that you are in. If it is in the days leading up to the trial that for some reason your expert witness won't be available unexpectedly, or they quit, or whatever happens, then typically the judge will allow a time period for you to get a new expert witness in place to to testify on your behalf. But once the trial has started, once those last readiness hearings and things like that happen, basically you're SOL. You are out of luck, and there will be no leniency or things like that that are made on your behalf. And I think it comes down to the judge's position in their opinion on what or why, if the expert would walk off the stand and quit, what or why caused that, and is it something that was not the fault of the defense, so that he would, put the trial on recess until they're able to get a new expert and things like that. I don't think there's a possibility of that happening, because if this expert gets up, walks off this stand, decides that she no longer wants to testify, decides that this is all utter bullcrap, it's not at any fault of her own. It's the fault of the defense, in my opinion. And it's because they lied to her. It's because they misled her. It's because they did all of these things. And so I don't see, even for a second, this judge making any type of calls that would favor the defense at all in this. I do not think that he would allow for them to take recess until they're able to find another expert, basically. And is there another expert? Would there even be someone new who could come forward and testify and say all of these things? Or would we be looking at months and months and months that this would have to be delayed just to get a new expert in there? Yeah, deliberately misled everything. So I'm going to look over at the comments now. Hi, Spedler. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, who gifted memberships? Thank you so much for gifting memberships. Sammy, thank you. Hi, Allegedly with Brittany. Hi, guys. Oh, they are here. I was not expecting them to pop over so quick. Here we are.
Council approach, please.
Oh.
All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't. And I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time. And now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make
Go ahead.
motions for judgment of acquittal on all charges, specifically first degree murder premeditation. There's been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Prosecution?
Your Honor, there's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address, prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know where she is? Or how far away?
Here in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then until we have Dr. Lewis.
All right.
Oh man. If the doctor doesn't show up, can the doctor be arrested? No, because she is a voluntary witness by the defense. And so since she was hired to testify, she was not subpoenaed to testify, she was hired to testify. And so she does not have to testify if she does not want to, Nana Barb. So I'm just going back through some of these comments because I missed a lot. And yeah, I don't agree with her opinion either, Chaotic. Just going back through while we have these couple minutes, because I totally was just rambling in the beginning and did not look at anything you guys were saying. Maybe she'll come in on the prosecution side today and throw them under the bus, maybe. Yeah, I want to know what the jury is thinking too. You want to say hi to everyone?
No.
No.
I want to say you.
You want to sit by me? You don't want to say hi though.
I want to say hi.
Good.
Oh, I want to bring back.
Oh, you don't want to say hi then. Okay. We don't have to. You can just sit here. Hi, Struggle Israel. How are you? Let me see. Wish we could ask. Does her attorney have a medical degree? So what did the attorney feel they could add for your conclusion since they refused the EEG and MRI. I know, Jennifer. How did they feel they helped? How did they feel they were able to summarize her reports and type them up for her? I don't agree with that at all. That should not be allowed to happen. That should not be allowed to happen.
It's me, Lily.
Who was found safe?
Me, Lily.
It was.
Me, Lily.
It's you, Lily.
Oh, yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's me, Lily.
This young lady was found safe here. Jada Macbeth. She was found safe. And so she was missing in Arizona. She is no longer missing, which is great news.
Mommy, what?
Chopper, I'm gonna get you green.
This side. Mommy, and Mommy.
You're working today, so you won't be able to chat. Oh no, Carrie G. Let me get you my sleuth mom get out of work free letter.
Mommy.
Why did she agree to testify without those tests as well as talking to the family? So in her opinion, she was lied to, Mama Bear. She thought that they were telling her that the test couldn't happen because of the courts. And so she probably felt bad for T, thinking like, wow, I can't believe the courts are hindering your defense like this. And so she probably felt bad for T, thinking like, wow, what kind of court system doesn't even allow your tests to be ran so that we can verify this diagnosis? She probably felt bad. And then now she found out that that's all a lie. I mean, she said she was calling neurologists trying to get an MRI done for free and things like that because she was just appalled that the court wouldn't pay for it. All to find out that it had nothing to do with the courts. It was the stupid defense team. Yeah, cray cray. The defense is super shady. Very shady, in my opinion. Shady, shameful, and unprofessional. That pretty much summarizes it, stuck on strings. They really are. You heard Dr. Lewis had said, if you're going to keep this going, we should stop now and I'll just quit about TP and Tellini in the interviews. Really? I know I want to go back and listen to it again, to be completely honest. I was going to do it last night after church, and I was going to listen back to I was gonna do a members only live and just re-listen to the whole cross-examination, and then that way everybody could come on a panel and make phone calls or do whatever while we sat there and discussed it, and I didn't have time last night. I just could not get time. So that was my intentions. I don't know. I'm supposed to panel tonight with Locomai. I don't know if we're gonna do it tonight or tomorrow night. I have to talk to her still. So either tonight or tomorrow, we will have our panel chat that we do, and I am sure that we will end up talking about this a good bit again as well. You have to play a catch up about yesterday still, Denise. I really recommend it. I really recommend that you watch, at least if you don't watch the whole thing, at least start where the cross happens. Because I'm going to tell you, there was like no information before the cross. Other than, well, yeah, sure, this was my opinion. Uh-huh. But then whenever she really started getting pushed about, well, was that your opinion that she was insane? And she says, well, I can't tell you that without the test results for the MRI and the EKG, but this court wouldn't allow it. And then it was like, well, no, actually, ma'am, your lawyers didn't allow it, not the court. And so that was kind of mind-blowing. Kind of mind-blowing. Any lip readers in the house? Nope. You don't think there's a reason to delay? No. I'm kind of mind blown that the defense literally just asked for the first degree murder premeditated charges to be dismissed. I mean, I guess they could try, right? They're trying anything. I'm sure they'll ask for a mistrial at the end too. It's like the standard questions, I think, where where they would ask these things just in case, who knows? Maybe the judge will say yes. Who knows? Right, just Jill, she was trying to get a whole dang face transplant. All right, guys, I went way back up. Way back up. I know. You're just done with her. I think part of it, honestly, is probably her disabilities. I don't know. I know she's in a wheelchair, and I'm sure that's hard. But also, I mean, it would be hard to show up somewhere on time that you felt she probably felt disrespected yesterday. I'm sure she's not used to being lied to and misled, and then the whole thing yesterday was she was told the wrong time. They told her not to be there until 2, so she was shocked whenever they were waiting for her at 1:30. Like, she was supposed to be there at 9 a.m., and they told her not to come until 2. So why would these defense lawyers lie to their expert witness? If they didn't want her to come in and testify, why not just not bring her in to testify? Couldn't the judge hold the defense on something for this because the defense is transporting her? No, she's driving herself. Will Cook went out to go meet her to help her into the courthouse. Yeah, he should have said be here at 8:30. Right. You give her a little bit of leeway due to her age and being in a wheelchair, but still. Actually, she's trying to truly convince everyone that Tisha has DID brings your respect level down. Actually, Brittany, yesterday during the cross, she never said that she could be certain about the diagnosis. She said it's her opinion that it's possible, but without the MRI and the EKGs or the EEG, she cannot be certain of that diagnosis. And she made that very clear yesterday. And so that was her opinion, but she couldn't be certain. Dock her $50 for every minute she's late. Maybe that's why they plan to pay her less. Maybe that's why. Her analysis was not done well or with the integrity expected. She should not have rendered an opinion without sufficient evidence. That said, she has been treated horribly and my heart hurts for her. Yeah. I'm sure the judge is livid. And he is a very understanding man, but not okay. But also, what about her allowing the defense to type up her report? It's obvious she hadn't reviewed anything either and not talking to the family. She's been through this. I know. I don't know how they got away with not letting her talk to the family, not letting her verify with anyone outside of T. So everything she knows about Letecia Stauch has come from TP and TP's liar lawyers. And so, with that being said, this woman has been lied to since the beginning of this case. I can guarantee it.
Hey, Mommy.
What, baby?
There's so much light.
You want to say hi to Lila and Peaches?
Well, teacher,
You see them? Can you see them out the window?
I don't see it.
Yeah, you see her? You don't know if this will work. I don't think it's going to work. No. Could Letecia have grounds for an appeal? I don't know.
I don't see it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Brittany.
Ew. That's a blindly. I see it.
Hey, allegedly innocent. How are you, dear?
I see this one.
I would be curious to pick your brain, Jules, what you think about this expert so far.
I still see Lila Peaches.
You still don't see them.
Yes. I still see Lila Peaches.
Uh-oh.
Lila Peaches right back. Thank you, Lila.
Yeah, you were disappointed by the testimony yesterday. She's very well respected academic. Sorry. Who lied yesterday? She said to Will, Cook, and Tellini. She said to them, Can you believe he lied to me? They lied about the testers or about the test not being denied. I don't see the judge giving a mistrial. Now, I don't think a mistrial is a possibility. I don't think it's a possibility because it's not their fault that the defense hasn't done this. Anytime you've testified, you've been told to arrive an hour before it starts or as lunch is breaking. Even if you are to wait, they're paying you. So, yeah. So yeah, it's odd they had her arrive late. I really think they were hoping to limit the cross. I mean, we heard them ask the other day, can the prosecution be limited to 2.5 hours? Or no, what did they say? 90 minutes, actually. They wanted the prosecution to only be allowed to question the expert witness for, I think it was 90 minutes. And the judge was like, no, we're not limiting testimony. We're not going to do that. And so they were hoping to not let them be able to dig this deep into this and let her see like all the holes in what happened. They didn't want all of this to be outed. The judge, and no, I don't think a mistrial is a thing. All of the DA, the prosecution is there, and that's where the burden is. They have said over and over again that the defense could do nothing.
Versus Letecia Stauch, record should. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Todd, tell you what's going on with our one juror. Just keep an eye on it. I'll try and watch and see if she. All rise for the jury, please. Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Yeah, good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just
If I do, I'll let you know.
okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know, I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that, where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, a very, very well respected psychiatrist, wrote about it, and it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait 1 moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro?
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making, that where I agreed to assist them. But I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath?
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
Right.
is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There is a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The
But I
original.
did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociated identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe
well-
that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that, to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No, that
Wouldn't mean anything to you?
well, that alone, no, that's very little bit. However, if you let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where well, we've found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times.
And so if I could, just, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times. I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation of.
I'm sorry.
Cell
Good.
phones off, please.
I think it may be.
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
It might be, I mean, I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Mozart.
It's very nice. Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
I'm gonna give it to Eric.
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last.
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at, and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true, because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that yesterday.
Can you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what was it, in an interview, or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so. And I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes,
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's pretty
Yeah.
significant.
I think so, yes. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um, oh, here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes.
Dr. Lewis,
relatives.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert in the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
You have
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important, you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child, if I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, that's the only corroboration you have. Why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, see, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh yeah, she was in an altered state, when no, she was in an unmarried state, or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
Is it
here,
significant to you
yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Hartley Hunt, her husband, Al Stout, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociative.
That specifically, I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said
I
that
think we got
she
what your
called
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters particularly.
Let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Miss Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test where they draw the clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I have seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented, and I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is the section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time. But
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? Pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
no.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Said you reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I am not aware. I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and they pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stauch took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second. Or the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Something else. Yeah, okay. You know, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's People 736.
You may. Recall it, it's in
Where it's at.
a single sleeve, if I remember right.
Fair. She did. How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple of exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to do. Here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you.
There,
this
yeah.
exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? You see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock and, see what it said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? Yeah, it's,
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, and we were
and-
talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime and
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time,
Yes,
like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. It changed there. I was with her. And when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm
I
going to
don't-
stop you again,
yeah.
doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it. Yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching. I
Colorado, correct?
don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
Misrepresenting the evidence. She was questioned about bookcase that fell in 2011.
So-
That's supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. Objections overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel, because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the outside of the skull.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay?
Mhm.
In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic.
I'm talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
Certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There are many different concepts.
Let's just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And insanity.
Okay to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is. And, you could have given another story and I would have agreed with it or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How do you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well-
I'll buy that that could be one. Sure.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Right?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. So, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and render an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? How describe that? How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of quote sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you could get that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No,
Think that would be important to look at, what she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't, I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever, but
Okay, we'll play
I
it.
don't recall it.
Not a problem. Oh, we don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old. Saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. That so that's the part of that I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? You talked about it on
Yeah.
a little bit. Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes,
We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
the rest of the text, if you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's
Yeah.
that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed wacky, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Couldn't it be that she just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that. So that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be
I
doing.
don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, don't let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Said he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
The
Could
fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that actually I thought it was her truck. Could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. You see sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing. But again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say this is what we're seeing now. So that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah.
homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decide to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that
Maybe-
buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents?
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco with Gannon?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving to Petco with Gannon?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two, but I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And
I'm just
she
asking if
should.
she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds.
Right.
And a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes. Yeah.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So
And-
there
Biting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds. Three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already talked
Mhm.
about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me, because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That
let me-
I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur, where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this. I
Okay,
can
well,
only
let's,
say there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from, or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But
Well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball. Am I writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object
puzzled.
matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the,
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use it and reflection? It's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was, I could see a gun in my hand. And I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't know
understanding.
that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with
I
regards
think
to,
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is, I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this? Whatever the blunt instrument was, when did it happen? And then, when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
it would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase afterwards?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Ann's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. You seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. And went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. Again, I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly
When someone's
sounds out of
psychotic-
touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of
Mhm.
boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that or that this is what the status is. That, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she has reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic.
What, and just
Did
this-
she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
Well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically here.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing and putting in the suitcase, hiding in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is
No, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and now her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please. Yeah. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
So I'm just sitting here like, wow. I'm just listening to this and trying not to be infuriated, number one, because she said this morning that she was insane at the time that the crime took place. And so he's asking her about all of these different things. And she's like, well, I can't tell you if she was sane or not. I can't tell you if she knew right from wrong. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. Within minutes of before and after the crime took place. But she knows, based off of what she was told, that she was insane. It's like not even a question in her mind. Could T be lying? I don't understand how she doesn't even think for a second that this could be a lie. That everything that Tisha could have told her was a lie. Yeah, you don't even smoke and you need a cigarette. I know. It's like insane. I just don't. It is. It's infuriating. Oh, man. Wow. Wonder what my kid's new bus driver will think when I show up at the bus stop. No. I'm having to listen to her. Yeah, Heather. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yes, first thing this morning I uncorked with Brandy, she was late. She was late again. Trying so hard to save face and it's making it worse. I know. We're not even to the video yet. We're not even to the video yet. Confirmation bias and saving face. I agree. I agree. Yeah, she was sane enough to tell her daughter to get cleaning products. She was sane enough to clean up the entire mess. She even just said she obviously knew that people were going to think that what she did was wrong. So, what am I missing? How how do I don't understand. How is any of this? How does any of this point to her being insane? Any of it. Like she can't even say it. She can't even say the words. Remember how sharp Dr. Jean DeMarte, Jody Harris, and Sean Curry were? No. Were they really good? It doesn't fit her agenda. Exactly. Yes, that's why court started late because she was late again today. What did the ATS news say? Yeah, she must have missed that week about lying during her schooling. It's like not even a word in her definition. Yeah, we're not gonna have closing arguments on Friday. Exactly, Karen. This is gonna take all day. I would not be shocked if she is still on the stand on Friday. At the rate that we are going, I would not be shocked one bit if they're still cross-examining her or if they're still doing like the rebuttal. And then that leaves the question, will the defense not call any of their other witnesses? Will TP take the stand? T Greasy. Need to pull up the Colorado. Hold on. Let me see what who else their witnesses are. So I know they had a couple, but I don't know how many they're going to actually intend to call. Let me pull up. Where is it? Oh, I guess it would help if I looked at 2023. 2023 through present. I'm like, why don't I see the defense's witness list? Here it is. So that was Niederheiser. We've seen her. People's list. There it is. So outside of Dr. Lewis, they have Kyle Varville, who is an Elevate Forensic Social Work Services Caitlin Kreck, which is an investigator. This is for the defense. Laura D. Leach, which is a psychologist. And then they start having, like, T's family is on here. Kenny Harden, Amy Lowry, Deborah Locklear, Harley Hunt, Katrina Locklear, Brenda Accard, Amy Bolton, and Dee Dee Moss. So I don't know if they're going to actually end up calling any of them. But at this point, I don't think they will, because this lady just lied in her notes. Thank you so much, Sammy, for the super sticker. Thank you. This lady lied about her notes. She totally went home and wrote about Maria onto her notes after it wasn't there. Nobody else has ever said anything about Maria being there at age 12, and now miraculously they needed Maria to be there before T was an adult, before all of this took place, and bam, now the doctor miraculously has a note written after she talked to an unknown family member, because she has never spoke with any of the family members. She told us that yesterday, that she never got to talk to any of the family members. So she didn't talk to any of the family members, but now she has a note that she found no less than 12 hours ago that was written in her notes mysteriously, saying that Maria Sanchez existed whenever TP was 12. Okay. So very odd. Just a note, but they still have no clue who this family member was who is saying that happened. They still have no evidence that ever occurred. And to be completely frankly honest, I guarantee you, if the prosecution would take that and have it analyzed for, like, when that note was written, I bet you any money it was written within the last 12 hours. Karen, thank you so much for the super sticker, hun. You guys are awesome. Karen and Sammy, and scroll way back up. I don't understand. I don't understand where we're getting all this at. You thought they couldn't bring any new evidence from her, no matter what it is. Right. And that's what the prosecution said. Why wasn't that in your report then? You would think that if that had been said to her, you would think that if she had some type of evidence of a personality existing, proving Letecia Stauch had DID from the age of 12 going forward, you would think that would have been a shining moment in her report that was submitted. That would have been a key statement that was written into her reports, proving that DID existed. Proving it. Proving that this violent personality has been there since the age of 12. In two different reports, Maria Sanchez was never noted. But now, after a note that she just kind of found within the last 12 hours after reviewing her reports, now we know that this note's there. I know, I can't believe she's willing to perjure herself. I can't believe it either. A note that she didn't think was important enough to notate who said it or where that information came from, but just something that was jotted down on the side of her papers. Right, and how has she never came up from 12 until now? Exactly. Can they figure out when something... Yes, logical one. Absolutely, they can. So let me show you this just really quickly. They use a process. Whoa, who's this? Ollie, thank you so much for the super sticker, hun. Thank you, thank you. They use a process called ink dating, is what they call it. And with ink dating, it It says ink contains chemical solvents that evaporate and generally go through a drying process that can last up to 2 years. We use the most widely accepted chemical analysis techniques known as gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and to help determine when or if the written entry was created in the past 2 years. And so they can tell how far, like how much of a degree of drying has occurred, basically. And so her original notes would have been whenever she first met with TP, 13 months ago. Or when did that meeting occur? I want to say, wasn't it December of 2021, 22? Yes, let's carbon date her notes. Exactly. I want to know. They would be able to tell the difference, though, between whenever the original notes were written and when that note was written, because the degree of drying, I mean, we're talking months and months apart for when she originally met with T. I can't remember what the dates were. I know we had it yesterday. 22. Thank you, Jennifer Griffin. Say if it was from, 8 months ago or 13 months ago that she originally met with Letecia, and then that was written 2 days ago, the degree of drying wouldn't wouldn't be the same. Yeah, science is amazing. Uh-huh. And that's why I think he pointed out to her, you realize these notes are going to have to be turned into us. I don't even think they're going to have to go that far, though, because I don't think the jury is not believing this. There is no way the jury is listening to any of this going, oh, she's right. Look at that. A note from just miraculously appeared, but she didn't think it was important in either one of her documentations. That has to be something. They get all of that turned in, Yvette, and that's what he reminded her. That all of her notes will have to be turned in. So she was probably up all night with a hair dryer. Oh my goodness. What a trip. Yeah. I don't even think it was so much that she wanted easy, lazy money. I think it was one of the things where she honestly thought that these lawyers were being honest with her. She thought that T was being honest with her. She didn't, I guess, apparently doesn't conceive the fact that these people would lie to her. And so she's just gone with whatever they were saying. And now she looks like a dang fool because they did lie to her. They like sat there and misled her about the MRI and the EKG or EEG, whatever it is, EEG. And so now she's got to go with what she has. It's just crazy. Yeah, you've never heard of a doc only basing their conclusions on self-reporting like this. It's too much. It's too much. And guys, we've got a couple psychologists that have been watching with us. And I know that the people who are in here commenting are just sitting here like, no, this is not how this works. This is not how this works. Your neighbors are going to think you've lost it. I can't help myself anymore. I had to go on deck and scream. Yeah, it's really making you crazy. I know CL actually sent me a voice message because she was driving and she's like, I'm getting so mad right now. She's like, I can't take it. I'm getting so angry listening to this. And I get it. It's very infuriating. Yeah, you have no words. You fell back to sleep with the puppy. Is she still up on the stand? She sure is, Jet's mom. They better show us the staying video today. We want to see it. It's unethical to base things on one account. I know. I don't know what she is thinking. I don't know. But they should be back any second. Let me pull this up. Let me close all these things that I opened. If they put one family member on the stand, they're done, because as soon as they say, did she ever refer to herself as Maria Sanchez? which is a whole thing in itself because Sanchez is the best friend's last name, Harley's best friend, last name Sanchez. So I think that that's where she pulled that from. Right. She was very upset that they lied to her and now she's trying to save face. I think that's exactly what's happening. I know, imagine how infuriating it is to the prosecution. You know what, though? It's infuriating, but at the same time, they know they have a slam dunk. Like, they have to be listening to this thinking, you know, how amazing this has been for them. Because she has nothing concrete. Nothing. I don't know what's going on, but I just had a couple firefighters and an ambulance drive past. I'm gonna have to go check on my neighbors, I think. There's not very many houses on my road for them to be going to. Sorry. Or she's just a dirty Sanchez. Yeah, maybe Jet's mom. You've been in arguments with people like Dr. Lewis and Letecia. It's unbearable. Here they are. They're back. Okay. Let's see what they got to say now.
That have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things, no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly. And I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
No,
Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1. Yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the T1 at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. You remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, do you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it, so that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. I don't, we don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why
It-
she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No,
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on her Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
no, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police, that kind of thing. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. Knowing right from wrong is such an abstract. It's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him.
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body.
Maybe, don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body.
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
Don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
and she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then, did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Kind of weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got.
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's
What about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's
that-
crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. If a little bit of it is seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy.
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
May have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No.
Nothing crazy about that, right?
Don't know the ultimate, but
That Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me. No.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
In my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough to go get it? I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest people.
Necessarily panicky, not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets. What else? Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body and the body of a child that you allegedly loved in the back of your car. There is.
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've been saying the whole.
Once. I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong, and she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
Bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. Yeah.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay, I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course.
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
Of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would
There's
be
a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here. So you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then
Yeah.
we'll start when you're ready. We're gonna go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little and can we see, can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to, you're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you
I-
right here. So that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm going to ask you some questions after the clips. Okay. And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm going to try it from sitting there and see how it works out. And then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just
we have a
wait,
pad or
Mr.
something?
Delaney,
Yeah.
while you're, when you come back. It's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay. That?
Yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we
Yeah.
can see the image. Do you see Miss Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes,
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the foot. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is it?
Mr. Tolini?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Miss Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your,
Yeah, I'm just trying to turn it.
oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call it?
Well, I don't necessarily call them names, but like, how can I get this name when you talk to them, like, what do you call them? So I can call them the same. No, I mean, for example, the Mr. meeting or I call him Josh. You call him Josh, yeah. Do all of you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're sometimes, like Maria call him Bendigo. No, like Maria sometimes calls him Bendigo. She is called B-A-N-D-E-J. Like that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but like, that's all when she gets mad. But they always an asshole. Yeah. Really? Well, he's not really an asshole, but yeah, that's part of it. No, no, that's, I don't know Spanish, but she does. Well, I mean, yeah, the basic, but if you talk to her, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Maria does.
Maria is
Yeah.
That's in any other language.
No, I know that my friend says she's taught Russian or.
But Brandon is sitting for her.
I don't,
And you're not aware of any Russian kind of accent.
I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I'm able to talk to people there.
What's the I saw the line, what you're telling me. I'm good, John, yeah.
I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
And I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 13:11.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when there's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
okay with Mr. Young.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hey, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 13:11.
What the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess. She wants to divide. She's a princess. She wants to divide. She's not a part of you, or she is. And so Jess, what part of you? She's risky. Like she doesn't look as like she's very risky. What do you call it? Like risky. Yeah, like. I'm gonna say it. Like, get me in trouble. Yes. Can't go out, party a lot. I'm not a partner. You're not a partner. So I was just. So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressed about what happened and then I'll just end up right somewhere. End up on the plane. Do you know how you felt? It's like my body goes through the motions. Like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but I don't really remember doing all of it. You don't remember? I know it sounds crazy, but no, it doesn't. But like, okay, so like. If you see my credit cards by me, and you're like, oh, okay. Obviously she did it, because obviously it's under my name, it's easier, and my body's gotta know that's who's your credit card, you got claims to be able to pay for it, but yet at the same time, like, I wouldn't have done it until I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to this place, or I'm going to that place, find yourself somewhere. Not really. I really rely on symptoms. You just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember this wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I did that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, and I'm like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am. Because, and her, one time, so you were there, fine. Oh, I got a plane to go to Jamaica, but I was also at work that morning and then that meeting with me. Well, so maybe Josh could look it up.
Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. So I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
right.
Okay? In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question? Why did you ask it that way?
It's something fantasy that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but I knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're-
what I'm
we're gonna-
saying is here, this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian. It's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said, part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of cocked my ear from my. I too. Did anybody speak Spanish? I don't know whether any speak it, or whether this is part of. It is that sounds.
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, if she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that at that time when she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of different. But she has gone to some of which. Here,
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time, things like that, that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah, I think that it was. Testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview? How
Oh, yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because.
you know what?
husband Went there and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same trouble I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
She did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir.
Okay.
Not only that, your head is spinning when you. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska, so I was in real suffering. And Alaska, and I believe it. I think in my notes I had down that. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to And just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay? Go ahead and play.
They're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, like looking around and people like, this is not me. I don't do these things and I don't. You know what I'm saying? This made this roll out. Is it possible that you did stayed? Yeah. If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. I did not see him. What? See him? Where did he see him?
Yeah.
As said, I did not do that. I did this. Not to put that, whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it gives, you know, you do get some pretty wacky stories about these things. There is a possibility. It's not clear that. What? Do you think that's possible? Oh, I said that from the beginning, but I all over the place because I really same job. Is it possible you do that with on state? I was in one state, state in one of these states where you were never involved. Oh yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but I was not an intention to hurt Anna. Like it was never like, no, absolutely not. I love him. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I had these kids from coast to coast, country to country.
Yeah.
Like that's not what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there were other people hurting this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. Would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna blame my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do this stuff, I don't. You know, really possible. It doesn't matter what that's. I mean, you don't take somebody out and go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet. Is that day you were born? Yes. So I don't like, I don't even understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't pay somebody out clothes for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had this kid in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body. Tell me what's going on. When you were in Australia. Yes. When? I think it was 2017 or maybe 18. How did you just wonder? I went with people. Get my records to see where I went. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam. Other people. And Prepare again. I don't think they live with us in. Sitting from time to time, they want to get away from this place. Yeah. Yeah. And especially just be on. If he gets removed. Doesn't matter, I won't, I bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina, and taking care of everybody. My life was much easier like that. Cause I can go there. But no, they're no, Landon's mom. Landon, which was Gannon's mom's mom. Yeah. Gannon, this is Gannon's grandma. She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person to help me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I could call, I could help. I had other people who programs that I can be like, great, I need to go do this. I can drop them up here for the day. I had support. My first call with Josh. I asked him what time. And yeah, he's by the way, what you would say, someone else was there, right? And he said that he left a list, gave her a list of 12 explanations that he gave for what happened because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a cool flashback or not. Yeah. Then I'll have a nightmare about something, so I'll know the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So then I'll go believe that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because then I told you earlier that I didn't know if someone's really going on, or if this was real or not. And I said, I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so, any of it, it's all running together. Because sometimes I don't know what's going on, what's really not going on. You know what I mean? Then 1 minute something happened and I'll switch personality and someone will say in the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, still not schizophrenic voice, no, not easy. And it'd be like my brother voice, yeah, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why people tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, somebody knock, being in the garage, remember that I remember being in the garage, I go look at the windows, look at something outside, seeing someone downstairs. But that was the things I 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what's going on. So that's what I guess was like this dream or fantasy or that you have that influences what you think happens. But I know I think was just the neutral. But I don't know. How do I know? It could be. How do I know? It's freaky or something. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because well, one person's telling me this. How do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person is really doing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. No, I'm talking about then. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing two things. So how do we know? Whether we're in some computer state. And it's not possible to remember what happened. It's not gonna work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. Wouldn't care. But I see the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're there lost. Because they're probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. Yeah, it's where he's tossed and this or that, I have to do this. But good sense, she's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably a good reason for all of that. And, you know, you got that sense. It's a lot of preference. But let's talk now. Why? I simply believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the crime? Okay. Because I wish I would have just lived when he asked me just to kid. I don't know, face. I don't know about face kidnapping charges. But it was, you know, he didn't want me to leave at night until hour. God, should have just did it. Isn't that a really good idea? No, but at least you've been saved. At least you've been on the East Coast saved. Everybody saved. He wanted to go with me. He knew I was leaving. He wanted to go with me. He did. He said, "When I mommy and mom, I could stay with you and stay with mommy and mom." Who's fine? His mommy, his nana, his poppy, he whatever. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that with your mom? No, his mommy. What? No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there, so we had to.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. He was like, "Just take me with you." And I said, "Son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you." And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So I said, what? So what? How did you know? You gotta add that to the mix. Add that added on to me, trying to figure out. I was trying to leave, but yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe because I didn't want to leave them safe. You don't realize that the kids, Lena and Cannon, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had what they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them? Did you ever post your mind that maybe he had to off? No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off at my mother. She said, "Go ahead." And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as the guard I'm taking care of them. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, the woman can get custody back if I help her, because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help her get custody back to her. How am I gonna do this? Do it correctly, make sure she has a home. It's killing again. Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that. But I didn't come up with any idea of Gannon dying. My point is getting him safely to his mother. I would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out with her, but talking to her, giving her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose the battle. Should have just took them with me, started with school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out. I'll come back here. That's what I should do. Love that day. That's what I should do.
Okay, we started at 1:47:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey. That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to forget. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Toomey is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Toomey can ask you about that, okay? Is that fair?
I thought I was responding to what you
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch, the fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. There was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stauch talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on mother, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or words to that effect.
Yeah.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bedroom apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? Trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your pardon.
Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was-
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
They had said that she was.
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. Tony, and also really it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making complete sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions? I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of, it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when you were thinking these things? It did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, questions, other data that she did seem to go. This was the rush. Already, it wasn't adding, oh gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think it's possible. It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this you are in a fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're gonna have some follow-up.
Probably.
Clip, it's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is as opposed to.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. And don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need? Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start, we need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, I can call last night at 4.
I understand that.
Take it.
Okay.
That is why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now? Good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place, ready to go at 1:20. Because the jury's waiting, everybody's waiting on that. In addition, council approach, please. It'll be in recess until 1:20 then.
All rise.
I think she was like 10 minutes late, 10, 15 minutes late. The guy in the plaid shirt, no, she definitely handed her phone to the guy in the yellow, I swear. Swear it. Because like her phone started ringing earlier. Let me go back and look. But her phone started ringing and they had to like watch, they take it and they give it to the guy in the yellow here. See? Right there. See? So, it's the guy in the yellow. I circled him a little bit ago. Yeah, get it, Judge. Move on. Always late. We circled him a little bit ago too. Whenever they came back in, somebody else had said that he has been smelling like Mary Jane a little bit. So we zoomed in. Let's see. Gosh, how long ago was that I zoomed in on him? That's him right there, though. I can zoom in on him now. This guy, and he eventually puts on a black jacket, so he's sitting there with a yellow coat, or yellow shirt, black jacket. So, what a trip. What a trip. Yes, take a walk if you need to. Clear your minds, clear your voices, all the things, because I know some of you guys have been yelling. Somebody in the audience yesterday said that he was smelling like Mary Jane, and then of course, whenever they came back from their last break, The judge yelled at them for smoking in the courtroom. Yeah, cannabis smoker. Uh-huh. That's what they're saying. So, if anybody wants to join me up on panel, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in the chat here. Let me get my headphones connected. And the only thing I ask is please pop your camera on just so that I know who it is that's coming up on chat with me. And then I would love to hear you guys' opinions. If nobody comes up on panel, then I will open up the call line for you guys. We'll do it that way. So here is the link. Let me get, oops. Let me get my Bluetooth on. What a trip though. Everything has just been wow today. Wow. And I just keep going back to the thought that the defense really asked if they could limit the questioning for their witnesses. I'm just mind blown with it all. Yeah, his son. Her son, from what I understand. Hold on 1 second. Yes, it is legal in Colorado. Let's keep that in mind.
Mama, I'm trying to get off the phone if I can. I'm just ripping off my toast fly. Just ripping off my toast fly.
No, it's definitely legal there. So it's nothing like it's not illegal, but there is apparently, I don't know how many of you guys heard that, but he admonished them whenever he came back, the audience, for smoking in the hallways and in the stairwells and things like that. So that in itself was a whole thing. You can't get enough of her adorable voice telling me that she was getting her toenails cleaned. Yeah, the prosecution is very smart, very good. I like him. He has done an amazing job for being like second, right? Because technically Mike Allen is like in charge, and so this man has been like the second guy, but he's been doing awesome. He's gonna give up now. Nobody's giving up. I want to go back to actually where the defense was asking for the witnesses to be limited. I want to say it was on day 17. I want to say it was in the afternoon on day 17. Yeah, just because it's legal does not mean that you could just walk down the road doing it or go to the stairwell of the courtroom and do it. So the fact that he was like, we know who it is, was a big thing. So it was like right around here. I don't know if they talked about it at lunchtime or when they talked about it. Sorry, I'm going through the clips. Hey, Mama Kay, you can shut off your camera if you want.
Okay.
How are you, dear?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Hey, thanks for popping up. What do you think about all this today?
I think she is trying to cover her ass, excuse my mouth, all the way around. I think
Do you think
she,
she's going to end up testifying because she's not going to feel like Dr. Lewis is doing an adequate job? You think Dr. Lewis is trying to cover her ass? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Actually, sorry.
thing. She wrote a report. She found out she was lied to, and she wrote a report in their favor. So now she has to cover that she knows that she was lied to. She has to cover everything, so she's not answering his questions. I don't recall. I can't say that because if she says what she honestly feels, then she's going to contradict her report.
I agree with that completely. She will not commit to an answer.
No,
Period. No matter what the question is, she has not committed, I don't think, to one answer this entire time.
no. I mean, she was at first, and then, but her whole comments on anything is, I can't say that. Well, you know what? I hope that he turns around and says at one point, well, if you can't say that, then how could you write your report?
Right. Well, and we're not even completely sure she wrote the report herself. For all we know, she could have sent them or gave them a couple notes that she had, and then they just typed up the whole thing and made it sound however they wanted it to sound.
Right. And
Because she said she didn't type that. Somebody else typed it.
she did say that. So somebody else typed it and she wouldn't say who typed it. So, there's another thing. Can it do? They should be able to question her report then because of that. Because she did not write her report.
No, I agree. It's crazy. Somebody said Hearst and her son put it together. I don't know. She would not say who typed it.
Yeah. And well, the thing is, I'm looking at when I was with CASA and I used to work in that courthouse, and be sitting there at the table for cases. I know those are things I would have brought up. I mean, that's exactly the first thing. I mean, this guy is obviously not having a problem showing that, she's being a little evasive about things. He's, showing that, he's not being easy on her.
Yeah, no, I
I
agree.
mean,
Doxy,
just,
she
I
alluded to
know
the
when you're
fact that the defense did it. She alluded to the fact that somebody from the defense typed it. She didn't say who. I don't think she has the knowledge of who. And I don't personally understand how lawyers would be able to type up their own expert opinions from their experts. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
well, and I think they were hoping that would never come out.
Right.
Because that's something that is done. At least here in the state of Colorado, that's not something that's done.
Right.
That any of the
That's
attorneys.
right, because you're from Colorado, right?
Yeah, I live here in Colorado Springs.
How do you feel knowing that you guys are paying her 300 or 350, we're not sure, dollars an hour to sit here today? Plus the 14 hours that she did, plus whatever phone calls and time she took to write her report and stuff like that. Paying all this money for this woman to come up, and she does not even seem remotely familiar with the case.
And you know what? I think there's going to, in my personal thoughts, and I can't guarantee this will happen, she also made the comment, I think I'm going to be paid that. So there was some kind of contingency on her payment, in my opinion, of this is what she would do to be paid. And so now that she knows that she hopes she's going to be paid that something is broken and that the state won't pay it. I have never heard of the state paying for an expert witness before. We always had to do it out of our funding when we had an expert witness come in. And I worked for CASA, which is a state funded program. It's called Court Appointed Special Advocates that are for the children. And we never had the state pay our expert witnesses. So that's the reason why in a lot of cases you don't get the high dollar ones like this, because you can't afford it, because you have other things you got to spend that money on.
Right. And that's kind of where T got a little bit lucky because of how she did her defense tactic, because she had public defenders who would have been restricted in certain things they were able to spend money on, right? But
Right.
then she opted to represent herself, and then she opted that no, she did need counsel, and so she got these private attorneys that are acting as if they are public defenders, basically, because of the fact that the public defender's office then was representing somebody else in the jail that she would have had a conflict of interest with. And
Mm.
so she got higher end lawyers than what basically she was intended to get. You know, Mr. Tellini is getting paid very well for her defense right now. And then plus he's able to do all of these things that, you know, perhaps a public defender normally would not be able to.
Yeah, and that, I mean, I honestly do not see the state paying her. I don't. Something has drastically changed in the years that I have been out in order for them to pay her. There's no way the state's
Right.
not.
I think though, whatever the cost ends up being, it's going to be okay at the end of the day if they don't get to appeal. If she was represented as many ways as they possibly could, as efficiently as they possibly could, with the defense that she decided that she wanted, which I'm guessing a million times over that this was her idea. I don't think any lawyer would have walked into this and been like, hey, you know what? We should try reason of insanity. And so I think that this is what she wanted to do, that the initial lawyers would not let her do because they didn't agree with it.
Right.
And so with that being said, you know, she's getting all of this extra time, all of this extra funding, all of this extra stuff. It's all because Gregory Warner, judge, you know, he does not want appeals to be able to happen. And
Oh
so
no, no
by
judge
all
does.
means, like, do whatever you got to do so that we can make sure that she is found guilty once for all.
And remember, and some of her conversations that were recorded with Al, he had stated several times, well, you took law in school, you have law behind you, so she's got some kind of a law thing behind her for him to be saying that. So she was not stupid about going into this. She knew what game she was playing. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, and you know, and I think it's because she did have some law training behind her, and because of that law training, she knew what to look for in the law library at the jail.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if she was a normal layman, she wouldn't know what to be looking for. And I agree. I think she's had this plan for a long time. I don't think it was something that all of a sudden blew up. There's too much precision and everything she did for it not to be planned.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of those things that I wasn't sure of whenever we first started looking at Gannon's case. And I thought, you know, did she snap? Did something happen Sunday night?
Right.
And then she went into cover up mode and things like that. And I think it's very clear now that she was Googling a week before about hating him, you know, a week before about moving, a week before about all this different stuff. And it's like, she was going to do this. She was planning to do this. I just think that she was planning to do it in a way that wouldn't have gotten her in trouble, like an accidental fire, him falling off a cliff while they're hiking, something like that. I don't think that I think she wanted to be able to play victim with what happened. And then on, you know, she did it this brutal way instead, and now she had no opportunity to play victim. There's no poor T card in the whole you brutally murdered him.
Yeah. And I tell you what, I don't think in this state there would have been any sympathy on anything. And knowing some of the cases that have been here and knowing how Colorado people are and everything and what they believe in. You know, when it comes to a child, a lot of people do not believe there's any excuse, period, you know. But she's had this plan for a long time, long time, a lot longer than we're realizing. And I know you followed it real closely, and you followed it a little more closely than I've had, because you've had access to some other places that I didn't. But some of the stuff that is now coming out is like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's shocking. It's
You know,
shocking.
you know what
And
really,
then, did you catch the part where the doctor referenced in her notes that she believed it was a baseball bat? And that's one of the things that we had been wondering was, did she use a bat of some sort for the blunt force trauma?
well, yeah, you know, and the thing is she's obviously sat there and told her everything that she did to Gannon, because she has, you know, she's admitted it openly to them, thinking it was okay. And that's,
Honestly, whenever we see Maria in this video today, if they show us that part of the video, if we get to it, oh my gosh, you know, I don't even know if we're going to get through everything. I actually imagine that this woman may still be on the stand on Friday at the rate that we are going.
oh,
And that's crazy to me that her answers are taking so long that, like, even simple yes or no questions is like a 5-10 minute answer. And so it's just dragging it.
that
But
that's
what,
another thing that
go
came
ahead.
to my mind was that she had sympathy for Letecia because they both like to tell stories.
Yes. Yes. I want to
I-
see too, actually, while we're on break, I want to see if there's a way that I can manipulate this screen a little bit different. I don't know if I can open up 2 WebExes. I need to play with this for a little bit. Not right this second, but to see if I
Yeah,
can manipulate it a little bit so that I can get like a little picture of tea down in the corner while using StreamYard, because I know a lot of the people are using Streamlabs that are doing that, but I want
yeah,
to be able to see the TV big because I want to watch her whenever she does these switches and stuff, you know what I mean?
yeah.
But I also want to be able to see what her reactions are in the courtroom. So far, it's just the same old hair over her face looking down the whole time, you know?
Yesterday, she was quite interested in everything she said. And I liked the screen that we had there because it was a lot bigger. I'm telling you, I've got cataracts on both eyes, so I'm next to blind. I've got you on my 42-inch screen, and I've got you on my cell phone to comment. And so I'm watching this on my television, and I can't see her. It's all blurred. I can't see her that well. And it drives me insane because that was the whole thing. I mean, I'm due for another jury to come, summons to come, and I was praying it would come for hers. I was praying it would come for hers because I would have loved to been on this jury.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
no,
gosh. It would have been so hard though to see the pictures and stuff in person.
I just wouldn't have been looking because I mean, even seeing them on the screen here, after the second one, I couldn't look anymore. So I wouldn't have been able to look at them. And there
That's
again,
one thing too with the I don't know if you're following the Vallow case as well, but they said that there was actual juror members that were vomiting and stuff after seeing JJ's autopsy photos.
no, I'm not. I don't follow a lot of cases like this very carefully because of the simple fact that, you know, I had so much emotional
Yeah,
stress on myself when I was doing this because I represented kids.
right.
I wasn't an attorney, but I was the paralegal that put
Right.
the case together, and I was there to help. I was allowed to ask questions. I was allowed to cross-examine with, you know, our attorney, and I put all the cases together. But, you know, being in there in that situation, I might have been able to do it differently. and handled looking at it than sitting here at home with nothing. Because I would have known that I was playing a part in what was going to happen to her. And so I probably could have, because that's the same way I was when I was doing this stuff. And I left the law field not because of the stress. I left the law field because of the bureaucracy BS that was there. And I'm telling you, this judge is one of a kind. He is a gem. I mean, I wish I would have been in front of him with all my cases back then.
Oh my gosh, he's so amazing. And like even whenever he has to admonish them, even whenever he has to, go on the opposite side of what you would want him to. He is just so calm and peaceful and understanding and kind. I mean, look, he's mad because this lady has been late every time she's supposed to be there. And he's still like, what can I do to help you to make sure that you're back on time?
Right. And he is, I mean, he has put up with so much more garbage than any other judge that is in that courthouse would have. I mean, it wasn't, but I just tell you, that's where it's my favorite. That was my dream job, is to be a clerk for a judge.
Uh-huh.
I got offered it in Denver, and I was like, no, I'm sorry, I can't do Denver.
Right.
But
what do you think about Dr. Lewis today whenever she said that she believed it was her opinion that T was insane at the time of the crime, but then whenever he started diving into the minutes just before the crime and just after, she had no opinion on insanity for those moments, but she's so sure that she was insane during the crime.
And that's what I'm saying. She's covering her butt. She's doing what her report says when she can, but when she has to contradict her report, she's being evasive. So she's trying to cover her own tail end, because this case is well publicized and it's going to come out what she's doing. So she knows that this case could be burying her. She's coming off as, and I mentioned yesterday, she's almost coming off as, in her wording and stuff, even before she knew the lies were going on, and the stuttering and trying to get her words out, reminds me of a person with Parkinson's disease. And I can say that because I myself have Parkinson's. And I
never even thought of that, honestly. And I wonder if she does have some type of medical issues going on.
She does. I'm telling you, she does. Because, I mean, more so than her age. But then again, we heard today she was in a wheelchair. So she may have MS. She may have Parkinson's. Those are my two that I'm on. She has, because you can see that there is times that she's not answering because she honestly does not know. And she does not remember. And I think this is going to bring out that she's not as reliable as everybody thinks she is anymore. Because I'll tell you what, she's not what I would call an expert witness. I mean, she's not making a case for evilness at all.
Oh, Heather Bratt said that she actually thinks that you're right. She says she believes it came out in the documentary that she has Parkinson's. So that makes sense.
So see, that's what I'm saying. I have it. So I know that if I feel like I'm on the spot, I have trouble speaking. I have trouble with my memory. I know, and I'm in the early stages of it. So I that's what I recognized, that I do believe she has Parkinson's, and that's where some of her problems are coming from.
See, and that honestly, that makes it that much more infuriating to me, that it seems like the defense seen her and decided, hey, we could get one over on this lady. We could get her because she is so devoted and so passionate about DID and about making sure to diagnose and look at these patients this way. We can bring her in here, convince her that T has DID. We won't do the medical reports. We won't do the exams. And we'll convince her of all these lies, and we'll take complete and total advantage of her. Like, it seems like they've plotted that. Like, they're just so evil, in my opinion. Like, her whole defense team. And I don't want to, like, that sounds horrible, because I'm sure that Mr. Tellini and Will Cook were probably great guys in real life, right? Possibly. And then they got settled to have to defend T, but it's just, this has not showed them in a good light at all.
No, it doesn't. And at first I was thinking when they were sitting there being quiet, it's just that they were doing what they had to do because they had to defend her and they didn't want to. But now that they're getting up there and putting on a defense, I see where they're evil. They're evil. And they're not attorneys I knew from, and you got to understand, it's been 96. I left the field, 96 or 97. I left the field, so I've been out for quite some time. But this is not an attorney I recognize. So, I mean, and he's
honestly, I want to look up like his history and his win-loss and stuff like that, Mr. Tellini, because I think I remember whenever I first looked him up way back, like he was supposed to be some type of real good lawyer. And I don't know if it's just that he just does not care. Like, this is not the defense he wanted to do.
But I don't know. I'm seeing him be very underscore and evil. I mean, I think he was looking at this was going to be his OJ case.
You think he was hoping for like some type of like good press from this?
Yes, I think it was going. I think that's what he's looking at. He was hoping that he would get her off and it would build him up.
Yeah. But see, I just don't know with this defense. It's just so bad. It's just so bad.
Well,
And that's why I thought that this had to be T's idea, because I can't see any reputable attorney being like, oh yeah, we can do this. But then again, they have made ways to lie to this expert, to mislead this expert. I mean, they told her to come to court late. They told her not to show up until after 2. They told her, that she didn't need to get that the MRI scans couldn't be done because the court denied paying for them. Like, they've been misleading her this entire time. And it's just, I don't know. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating.
I agree. And I think that's where why she's trying to cover her tail end now, because she fell for their BS. And the wool was pulled over her eyes. And she doesn't like that feeling. And she doesn't want to have that come against her, as she was manipulated and she was ignorant to it. So she's got to cover her butt. You know what I'm saying? She's got to, I don't know. I can't say that. I have no way of knowing that. Well, but you wrote it in your report. So how come you don't know it?
Right. But then okay, so then we go to this 12 hours ago, miraculously in her notes, something she had never seen before, she said. Something she doesn't recall ever seeing before was a note saying that Maria Sanchez came out whenever T was 12. She doesn't know who said it. She doesn't know how it got there. She doesn't recall ever seeing it, but there it is in her notes. And so, did she write it? Is it in her handwriting? Did she have this miraculous discovery? Does she have DID and an alternate personality of hers wrote it in there? Did the attorneys look at her notes last night and jot that in there? I don't know. It's really, really freaking shady, though. And so, as bad as I feel for her, is she now coming in and lying and misleading about that?
I think she is telling lies, or she's trying to, you notice, what am I trying to say? And be nice. That's the deal. I think she's covering her tail end. You know, she is really figured out, because she was very stunned, like you said. Boy, when she realized and they told her that they canceled it. They said no, we don't need it. And when she found out that the fence did that, you could see the hurt and shock in her face. You know, she was like, oh man. And I think that's the moment she realized that she had been played. And, you
I
know,
agree.
so, you know, and she also knew that even though she came in there and said that, and it be told to ignore, and it wasn't something that could be said, it was already heard. So, you know, that's going to stick in the jury's mind, because they've already heard it. Even though they're being told to ignore it, it's going to play. Whether it affects them or not, and they believe it, you know, who knows? But that's where some of the punches that attorneys do, even though they know they're going to be shot down and it's going to be said ignored, it's already in their head. They heard it. How can you not hear it, you know? So, I mean, she knew that.
Right.
That was planned. That was
Right.
planned.
I want to go back actually. Oh, hi in the bushes. How are you?
Hi, ladies.
Hi.
We're just talking about this note that she wrote 12 hours ago, or that she found 12 hours ago. And if I don't know, how did that happen?
Well, she did say she had a suitcase of paperwork. Maybe she went through her paperwork. I don't necessarily believe that. But you know, benefit of the doubt, being polite. But I'm not buying it. She left yesterday kind of pissed off and came back with a whole new supportee attitude, and it seems like her testimony is a bit tinged, and I'm not liking her answers. Honestly, not just because it's tea. If this was anybody and she was doing a DID assessment, I am unimpressed.
I agree.
Yeah.
I was just
I have that part pulled up if you guys want to take a look at exactly what she said again about the note, because I know that there's some questions going back and forth in the chat right now about what she said. And so let's pull it up. It's only like a 3 to 5 minute clip. So
I'm good.
I'm sorry.
Cell
Yes.
phones off, please.
I think it may be.
I don't recall your last.
I'll re-ask it. Ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they're at? They couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that.
Your second examples just don't ring true, because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that
Can
yesterday.
you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what was it, in an interview, or where did you get that note?
Whenever she says that, T's face almost perks up. I just took note of that just now. Like T's eyes go like, "Oh, really?" Like she's like, "Wait a second." And she does almost like a little smirk out of like the side of her mouth.
As I say, rather than take up the time of the report and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so, and I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X amount of time to talk to you.
Right. Yes.
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's significant.
I think so. Yes. Oh dear. I'm sorry. I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Well, here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes.
Dr. Lewis, Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, L, Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times, and you know that you're going to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert in the prosecution.
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
You have
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I'm sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes, and to my surprise, disappeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had.
Uh-oh, we lost Mama Kay. Sorry about that, Mama Kay. But that's where I wanted to get to. She had no memory of having ever seen it before that moment.
Right? I think that is an odd thing, but she didn't seem very well thought out with what she could remember. There was a lot of details she couldn't remember without reviewing her notes. That was a common theme.
You can shut your camera back off, Mama Kay. Thank you. Yeah, but that's I don't know. Then she also put like L said. So does that mean that Letecia told her this and we're to like believe that what Letecia is saying once again is true because she's been so truthful this entire time? Was it just did this just happen this past weekend during their 3-hour note or interview? That did T just tell her this weekend? Like, oh yeah, by the way, I used to call myself Maria as a kid.
Well, she said it was one of the family members, and I think she
But she
did
told us
speak.
yesterday she didn't talk to any family members.
Well, but she said previously, I thought she said she talked to Brenda, but that was like the only one. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look for it, but I could have swore to God she said she talked to Brenda.
I'm gonna have to go back and listen to tomorrow some more, to be completely honest, because I thought that he had asked her specifically about if she had called and talked to any of the family members, and they said no. And then he asked if she had called and if she had even talked to Harley, or she said no. Talking to the family isn't important because a lot of times the family is who the abusers are. And then she also said, sorry. She also said that the family is oftentimes who the abusers are, so talking to the family isn't relevant. And he said, well, what about talking to Harley? And she said, well, we asked to talk to Harley, but we didn't get the opportunity to. So she had talked to no family members based off of what he had asked on the redirect yesterday. She said she read interviews, I thought. She did reference reading interviews. But who were the interviews with? Whose interviews? Because he said they weren't police reports, were they? And she said no. So whose
Mm,
interviews? Was it interviews the defense did? Was it interviews that T did? Like whose interviews?
exactly.
Sorry,
Maybe
guys.
she was referencing an interview with an aunt, from what I remember, and didn't directly talk to her.
I'm muting right now, so my husband just got home from the store, so that's the reason why I'm not saying anything.
Well,
Okay,
okay.
Mama K. Thank you. Stupid husbands all the time with the husbands, I'm telling you.
Right?
Always getting in the way. That's I don't know if it's I think it's my mom actually that was just trying to call me. It's like I'm not talking right now. Um, let's see. Yeah, when she referred to her notes, she said L said. So again, this was something that Letecia told her, it sounds like. And was it never confirmed with anyone else? Never was specified. Huh. I don't know. I hope they push a little bit more on that because I think it's gonna I mean, no, actually, I don't think anything that she is doing at this point matters. None of it. Because I think that she has already discredited herself to these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she has discredited herself. She has to me, and I've known about her for a long time, long before the HBO special, because I'm older. And I remember when I was a kid and she was in the news and which cases it was and all the things. that went on with her, and it was quite a bit. And I know at one point in time she was fairly credible, but I guess age has caught up with her or something. I'm not sure what's going on with her, but
Right.
she did not stick to her own standard that became a standard
Right.
to diagnose and all the things with mental health and DID. And, I mean, long before other doctors were doing it, she demanded it be a standard. Okay. Long before it was written as this is how you do it. And now it's written as this is how you do it. And she still didn't do it. I'm I'm not feeling that. I'm
Right.
disappointed with Dr. Dorothy.
Yes, Danielle Marie, she is being paid by the hour during this testimony. So all of this is part of her hourly rate. The other thing that people in the chat are bringing up is how she talked about Albert. Whenever the prosecution implied that she had been successful in her life, and it was only when Dr. Lewis became part of her life does she now have this disease that makes her life unsuccessful, with DID and these different things. Only since Dr. Lewis has been present, because up until this point she was able to graduate. She's got a doctorate. She's been married twice. She has a daughter. She had stepkids. And she says that she would hardly say that her life was successful having been married twice. Number one, that was like a slam to anybody who has been in multiple relationships, I think. But also, it was a slam towards her husbands, because then she goes on to say both of them were like abusive or not good people. And I think it's kind of appalling to say about somebody whose child was murdered and who's sitting in this courtroom. Like, was their relationship always the best? No, but she's taking just TP's words on it. I mean, she is taking
Exactly. She hasn't interviewed
all of
him.
the credibility of anything that she says is based off of only what Letecia has self-reported to her.
Exactly. She never interviewed him. And he should have been one of the first people she interviewed as people who had been around Letecia and lived with her. She should have been interviewing family members, and that included Albert. And I'm not happy about her slam towards Albert. She should have said nothing like that because she doesn't know.
Right. Right. I don't know.
And at
She
one
did.
point in time, she says she just assumes people are telling her the truth. But at the same time, she claims anytime you're diagnosing DID, you have to be skeptical. So
Right.
which is it?
Yeah, you have to be skeptical, so that they're not malingering, but we don't want to talk about that, right? That's not a thing.
And then
Malingering is
you
not a
saw the
thing.
way that she led T through that first interview tape and basically starts giving her all the symptoms she needs to have and things like that. And it was very leading the way she asked the questions. It was leading. And I'm just not impressed with Dr. Dorothy. She seems very off of her game.
Yeah, and somebody else said, being old isn't an excuse, and I'm not excusing her lack of preparation. I am excusing the fact that I feel like she was taken advantage of by the defense. I mean, and that's just the best thing that I can say, is because she went into this assuming they were all going to be honest with her, and assuming, like, in her mind, I think she probably felt bad for T in a way, because who does that? Hi, Miss O, you can shut off your camera if you want, or I can leave it on. It's either way.
Thank
are you
you.
doing?
I'm doing really good, thanks. I hope you can understand me. My voice is kind of raspy.
No, yep, we got you.
Allergies here in North Florida, okay? Okay. No, what I wanted to say is that this whole thing with Dr. Lewis is so wrong from the beginning. As a clinician myself, well, not practicing right now, everything is so wrong. One, when you evaluate, there are standards and there are timelines in our profession. So when you get the paperwork to evaluate somebody, you have so much time to go and evaluate them. After and during that evaluation, there are standards. You can have observers, yes, you can, but you cannot have participants because that, unless it's a child, because that affects the outcome of the evaluation. The lawyer is in the room asking questions and participating in this interview that she's conducting, which is part of an evaluation, when he should not have. He should be there as an observer. That's it, period. That end of story. Um, Another thing is, after that evaluation, she had another time time limit to write that evaluation. That evaluation as a clinician and as a professional is a legal document, especially when it goes to the court. You must make sure that you write, that you read, reread, and if you collaborate with anybody, that you both read that paper, that report before you put your name on it, because it's unethical, irresponsible, reckless, and illegal to sign a document that you did not write yourself. Because when it's time to come hold you accountable, what are you gonna say? So they lied to her about the that's one thing. So they lied to her about the medical exam, the MRI, and the other stuff that she needed to be done. What else did they lie about? Did they lie about to her?
Right.
So right now she's sitting in a conundrum, professionally, ethically, morally. Um, I mean, she spent all her life to study this, and she has invested a lot of time in this, and she's passionate about it, and I respect her for it. But right now, she is in a legal, professionally ethical conundrum because she signed that paper, that report, without reading it herself or writing it herself. She gave it to Tolini's office. Somebody wrote it. She doesn't even know what the final report looks like. So it is illegal. It's wrong in every way of the in every way possible. So I don't know how she's still on that witness stand talking, and the judge or the lawyer or the prosecution hasn't said that they are going to impeach her because it's just not going to do anything. It's not valid. Besides,
I
she's
think
not licensed and she doesn't practice in Colorado.
I think that the reason that they haven't decided to impeach her is because this completely discredits their entire defense as far as the NGRI goes. And so for the
Good point.
prosecution, this has been a slam dunk. I mean,
Yeah.
all of it. But Chaotic
Mhm.
Heathen actually just brought something up that I had no clue about. Um, Chaotic Heathen said that, where'd it go? She almost caused a mistrial in the trial of a serial killer for doing the exact same thing that she is doing here. And then they said, oh, Miss O left. Then they said she claimed the defense attorneys lied to her and didn't get her the proper tests in the Shawcross case. The defense asked for a mistrial, claiming that Dr. Lewis's testimony, gotta shut your camera back off, and um, claimed prejudice against the jury or claimed the jury was prejudiced then against the client. So that's really interesting that she did this exact same thing in the Shawcross.
Same
She
thing.
testified for 9 days in that case,
Oh my
Chaotic.
God.
Oh.
No,
Yeah.
no, don't tell me 9 days. No.
Oh no. You know what though?
Mm,
Oh man, that's crazy. Could they do that? Could they Okay, number one, I think the prosecution could definitely probably have her on the stand for multiple days. We could sit here and watch 14 hours of video.
No, look, I'd rather listen to the trivia and the sing along and whatever not than this. Oh no, 9 days? Hmm.
9 days of her, like, yes or no? What do you think about this? Well, you see, back in the 1940s, whenever I was a kid and I rode my bike up a hill, it's like,
And
what?
also let me tell you, but it's like, oh, it's a yes or no answer. But
Oh, that was
anyways,
in the 90s. Shot
it's
cross
it's
New York.
I hope this does that effect. I'm glad it's the prosecution bringing all of this out, not the defense. Um, well, I don't know how they could. I mean, I have secondhand embarrassment for all of them because it's just that it's just, this case is so. Dr. Lewis, if it wasn't messed up enough, Dr. Lewis completely just, yeah, she flew across the court and slam dunked that ball in there. Yeah, it's just the whole report thing for me that's what it's one of my pet peeves as a clinician because you have to meet those timelines. You have to make sure you're and you are grilled with that in since you're in school. So you have to meet those timelines. You have to make sure that your report is accurate and those are your words, that it's a legal document. How did she just handwritten paperwork notes to the defense and expect to a report to come? No, no, illegal,
No,
in
and
my
that's kind
opinion.
of what the chat's been saying too, is like, how if she didn't get all the reports that she needed, if she didn't get all the tests, how was she able to file a complete report? And I'm wondering more and more, did she ever actually file that complete report? Or did she just give them her opinions and they typed it up to make it look like it was a complete report?
I think that's more likely what happened because she said, I sent them my notes. She didn't say, I sent them my report. She said, I sent them my notes. And remember when the prosecution was asking her about if she knew the definition of insanity in the state of Colorado and why didn't she include it in her report? She didn't include it in the report, maybe because that was not the final report. Those were her notes. So because those part of including the definition of whatever it is that you're evaluating is like your introduction of what you are stating and why you are doing that evaluation. So when your evaluation report comes, it falls meets all of those categories that the definition has. So it has a purpose. It's not there just for decoration. It has a purpose. So I think she just handed out her notes, trusted the lawyer, and they did what they did. And I feel awful, awful for her in a way because she's kind of being bamboozled and lied to. And I don't know. It's bad. It's bad.
It really is. It
And I
really
think
is.
they're taking advantage. Letitia's taking advantage of her because of her age and maybe she vulnerability. The lawyers are doing the same thing. I mean, she's like, I don't know where he found me. Maybe because of my documentary of my book. It could have been, I mean, did he pick you from Instagram or something? I mean, no, that's not how you pick experts. No, Lord. Anyways, I didn't want to take much of your time. I just
No,
wanted to
I
come in
appreciate
and
you popping
put
up,
my two
honestly.
cents.
We
It's always
love when you
good to
come
hear
up.
from the professionals, you know what I mean? Even if you're not
Oh,
currently a professional, knowing the procedures, that is not something I could ever sit here and pretend to do. If Google didn't tell
oh,
me, I don't
thank
know.
you. Thank you. No, I decided to, after the pandemic, I stayed home and decided to become, not decide, I didn't decide, not that. My daughter decided to become a mama and I became a full-time Mimi. So, and I'm happy with that.
Oh, that's
So,
exciting. Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, she's gonna be a year next week. But yeah, I'm happy being a stay-at-home wife and a full-time Mimi, and I love it. So yeah, but yeah, I keep in touch with I keep my license up to date. I go to seminars. I try to keep up to date with all
Oh.
of this. Because I don't want to lose the knowledge. I don't want to. Maybe I'll go back to work sometime. I don't know. But right now, it's not my intention. So, anyways, I just
That's
wanted to
awesome.
thank you for everything you're doing. I have been living with you for the past weeks. And if it's 9 more days, I'll be living with you too. So, yeah, we live here.
5 more days of Dr. Lewis, even then, huh? I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah, I will live here with you. So thank you, ladies, for having me on. A pleasure talking to you. Thank you to the chat and the mods. Bye.
Have a great day, Miss O.
Bye.
Bye.
I love when she comes up.
I
You loved
agree with
what?
everything she said.
I
Oh,
love
yeah.
when she comes up. I just love her. She's fabulous.
And it's like I said
Mhm.
before, she's covering her butt now because she was caught in a situation that she didn't want to be in. She didn't think she was going to be in. And she probably blew it when she turned around and said, I didn't type my own report. Need to go back and look at the expressions on the defense attorney's face when she says that.
Well, and then she later says, "Well, I sent the report to the defense attorney to finish, to
Mhm.
finish, to finish."
And so that may have been.
Yo, can I play this for everybody?
Mm.
I gotta play this for you guys. She just sent me, you know how she does like her Snapchat videos?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious. Okay. I'm just gonna play it. We're not even gonna wait for her response.
Hello, everyone. I'm driving to my next appointment, but I would like to say something about Dr. Lewis. I, too, am an alumni from the Hogwarts University. We stayed in the Gryffindor Hall together, and we studied some strange characters. And I am very disappointed in her assessment. It is just nothing like we were taught at Hogwarts. Um, And I totally expected her to fly in there on a broom because that was something that you're supposed to do as an alumni of Hogwarts. So I think that they should just strike her testimony and get a broom to fly out on because, good God, she needs to save face somehow. So that's my opinion of this doctor.
She hit that right on the money.
Yes, she did.
Freaking Hogwarts.
That's priceless. But
Hi, everyone.
hi,
Oh,
Junior.
you didn't think
Well,
that was
hi.
as funny as your jokes, huh?
It was not as funny as my jokes. But here, listen to this. What up, dude?
What up, dude? That's right.
Look at this.
Well, they can't see you. I don't have my camera on. Ha ha. Yeah, that was Miss O on panel. She did an awesome job. And right now we have Mama K and In the Bushes up here.
Mama,
How do you email this to me?
there's some
sleuthmom12@outlook.com.
hi, some.
Yeah, you can say hi.
Can I do something with soda?
Go ahead.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Alligator.
Alligator who?
Alligator, it's cold outside.
You're so silly.
Priceless age. Priceless age.
Why did the giraffe have the long neck?
Why?
Cause his feet was stinky.
Stinky toes. Yep. That's so funny. That's so silly.
And I have another giraffe one.
Okay, you have another giraffe one? We're
Uh-huh.
ready for it.
Why does the giraffe get to order his chair?
Why?
Cause he needed one to sit while he lied.
Oh, wow. Oh, Nana Barb wants to know, do you know any songs for us?
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like the diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. When the blazing stars is done, twinkle, twinkle, Baba, the twinkle.
Okay, wait. What about, huh? You got a different song?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his toe, and Jill came tumbling after.
High five. Good job. Thank you.
But I want to do something else instead.
You don't want to say bye. You want to do something else instead. What did you want to do instead?
I wanted to do something. I wanted to.
She's going to take over the whole show if you guys let her.
Well, it's kind of like Toddler Broadway. I'm liking the headline.
Did you like that Jack and Jill song?
I loved it.
You did?
I sure did. That was fabulous.
Do you have any songs too?
No, I'm not gonna sing. I'm not gonna do backup. I'm gonna let you do all the singing.
Our God is an awesome guy. He is from heaven above with freedom, power, love. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome guy. He is from heaven above with freedom, power, love. Our God is an awesome guy.
High five. That was good. All right. Let's see.
Fun.
When is lunch over? We got about 17 minutes. Best ever, yes. You're getting all kinds of. Okay, you emailed it to me. Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and sign off now. So you guys,
Okay.
I'll be watching you. Bye.
Thank you so much for giving
Bye.
up, Mama Kay.
Not a problem. Bye bye.
Say bye. She's saying goodbye. You can say bye to her.
But I want to tell her one more thing.
Okay, tell her one more thing.
I'm gonna tell her one of our funny jokes that we always play.
Okay, go ahead.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Elephant.
Elephant who?
Elephant, let me in. Cold outside.
Oh my goodness, why is everybody out in the cold? This is not cool.
Alright, I can do another.
Okay, Mommy's gonna read this article. Can you read it for me, or do you want me to read it?
I'll read for you.
You're gonna read it for me?
Uh-huh.
That would make things a lot easier.
Yeah, if I help you.
Uh-huh.
Can I help you?
Dr. Lewis. Okay, hold on.
You gotta love the songs by Junior, y'all.
Sorry.
You
I
just
know,
gotta
right?
love them.
I gotta, this is gonna make me subscribe to New York Times. Let me see if there's another copy of it.
While I got y'all on the live, y'all hit that like button to the left under the video behind the chat screen. Just X out of the chat. It only takes 2 seconds. Hit the thumbs up and hit live chat again, and it brings back up the chat. Please do that. Whether you're in the chat or you're just listening or lurking today, please hit that like button.
Okay. Well, thank you for that hit the like button thing. One of these days I'm going to record you doing that, and then we'll just play it periodically. Ringo wants to hear you sing now.
No, I'm not doing karaoke. Not today.
Okay, so this is the article that Chaotic was talking about. And it is from December 15th of 1990. So it says, there was never any doubt in the court that Arthur Shawcross committed a series of bizarre murders of Rochester women. But the insanity defense, wait, did I unmute? Yes, okay. The insanity defense that was at issue in his 10-week trial is now causing a bitter split between his lawyers and their own chief witness. Before jurors returned with a guilty verdict on Wednesday, the defense lawyers began an attack on the witness, Dorothy Lewis, a nationally known psychiatric professor at New York University Medical Center. They unsuccessfully asked the judge to declare a mistrial because they said she had biased the jurors against Mr. Shawcross, and they accused her of sabotage during her testimony. It was your witness. Sorry. In an interview yesterday, Dr. Lewis asserted that the lawyers had lied to her, failed to present important neurological evidence, and were guilty of a series of improprieties that she said led to an unfair conviction and public ridicule. The accusations and public ridicule of Dr. Lewis in the Rochester area during the trial exposed tensions that often exist just below the surface when medicine and law meet under the enormous pressure of high-profile criminal trials. In an interview yesterday, the Monroe County court judge in the case, Donald J. Weissner, said that he would probably appoint a lawyer to investigate Dr. Lewis's claims for Mr. Shawcross to determine whether a mistrial motion is warranted. Mr. Shawcross, a paroled child killer, confessed in January to killing 11 women, most of them prostitutes in the Rochester area over 21 months. He claimed to have committed various atrocities, including mutilation of his victims and cannibalism. He told Dr. Lewis, supposedly while under hypnosis, that he had learned to eat flesh from one of his personalities, Aramis, a reincarnated man from the 13th century England. Over 9 days of testimony, Dr. Lewis gained a sort of notoriety in Rochester, where the televised trial had a wide audience. Her answers were frequently long and rambling. Oh, so this isn't because she's old, because she was still doing that 30 years ago. So, long and rambling is apparently a theme. People who were in the courtroom said there was occasional laughter during her testimony. The prosecution suggested she had not followed accepted practice when she examined and hypnotized Mr. Shawcross before the trial. Dr. Lewis's performance was so widely followed that at one point a Rochester radio station broadcasted a parody of the doctor's testimony, taking off on Coaster's hit Yakety Yak. But on November 19th, midway through the trial, Dr. Lewis wrote to the Judge Weissner outlining her assertions against the defense lawyers who had hired her. The letter said that, among other things, the lawyers had failed to pursue her suggestions that in addition to psychiatric problems, Mr. Shawcross may have had physical brain impairments. The brain impairments, she said, could have caused seizures and other symptoms, which we heard her mention seizures whenever she was talking about Letecia earlier, too. They could have caused seizures and other symptoms that may have been part of what had caused Mr. Shawcross to commit the murders and could have explained the 45-year-old man's strange behavior. Dr. Lewis's letter said defense lawyers failed to get proper neurological experts and tests. She claimed in the letter defense lawyers lied to her by repeatedly telling her that the neurological work was being prepared. Jurors are critical. The jurors concluded that Mr. Shawcross was not insane, and in interviews afterwards, some of them said that Dr. Lewis had damaged the defense's case. The Rochester Times Union yesterday quoted that the jury foreman, Robert Edwards, saying, if she could have kept her feet on the floor instead of in her mouth, she would have been okay. The more she talked, the worse it got. Oh my God, this is like, it's like a replay? Did they replay all of this? Like, did they really, did the defense look at this and be like, hey, maybe we can be more lucky and maybe we could actually get a mistrial? It's literally the exact same stuff 30 years in the future. It's crazy to me. It's just too bad she didn't deserve to leave after she read her it's just too bad she didn't leave after she read her qualifications, he added. But yesterday, Dr. Lewis said she believed that adequate neurological evidence could have helped explain Mr. Shawcross's behavior, giving the jury an understanding of how brain impairments might have contributed to his deviant actions. I think there would have been a different verdict, she said. Dr. Lewis, who has a national reputation for psychiatric work with death row inmates, acknowledged that she was publicly ridiculed during the trial, but she said that was because the lawyers in the case, including the defense, refused to let the jury hear the truth about Mr. Shawcross's impairments. This is more complicated. My perception is I refuse to answer just yes or no. Yes, we have noticed this. We have definitely noticed this, Dr. Lewis. You will not say yes or no. So this is really enlightening because she was still like this 30 years ago. So this is not because she is 85. I tried to say, wait, this is more complicated. This is what is wrong with this man. But the questions were yes or no. Dr. Lewis said that as a psychiatrist, she was not an expert in brain abnormalities that were detected on some of the tests that Mr. Shawcross had. She said she believed that a well-prepared neurologist testifying for the defense could have helped persuade the jurors and that there were some physical causes contributing to Shawcross's mental condition. In an interview yesterday, a prominent neurologist who reviewed Shawcross's brain scan said that he had detected lesions and a cyst. So, and he said that such defects could have blocked Mr. Shawcross's inhibitions and caused bizarre or uncontrolled behavior. He could have reviewed that brain scan, but he was not called as a witness. Dr. Lewis was also charged that the prosecutors had committed improprieties because they used the doctor who she said had earlier been recruited by the defense and had received information from defense lawyers. That expert, Dr. Vernon Mark, a retired Harvard University professor, said yesterday that he had never been retained by the defense. Whew. So, let's see.
All the fighting.
Yeah. Wow. All the things. He said that he resented Dr. Lewis's assertions and that he had some contact in with a psychologist who worked with one of Mr. Shawcross's lawyers. The prosecutors obtained a court order permitting him to work with the prosecutions. Yeah. Wow. In court Wednesday, the prosecutor offered the Judge Weissner his own explanation for Dr. Lewis's performance in the case. What happened to Dr. Lewis is sometimes what happens to witnesses. Witnesses sometimes self-destruct on the stand, he said.
Well, that's true
Yeah.
enough. Yeah.
What a trip. Thank you so much, Chaotic, for sending that over. I don't even know, like, how to wrap my head around that. I was just like, wow. I mean, it's literally she was the same way 30 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
She said that she had never heard of the test not being covered before. Did she lie? I mean, logical when it sounds like 30 years ago she had the exact same issue in a trial. But it wasn't about them not being covered or not. It was about the lawyers not acquiring the test in that case. And in this one, it was the lawyers denying that they needed it. So it's a little bit of
Which
everything.
is the same thing, pretty much, because they had the request in and then withdrew it. And then put in the request late again when they knew that they needed it, just so the judge could tell them no.
I appreciate that chaotic because that was extremely interesting. And honestly, I think one of the things that I would be interested in is how many times has she represented a case and they were found not guilty by reason of insanity? Is she successful an awful lot? Or is this something where, there's only 1% of cases that do this and way less than that are successful because we have this lady on the stand for all of them?
That I don't know. I don't know if she's ever had one come back that was successful in that diagnosis.
You think that she probably told them to withdraw the test, Heather Bratt? I wonder. I wonder if they would have a record of that conversation. I'm sure if they do, I'm certain that they will mention it whenever they get to rebut, because right now they obviously can't say anything. That's exactly what you're looking for, chaotic. Thank you so much. I want to know if she's ever testified the other way, like for people to not be. Yeah, is she never successful? Can someone email that to the prosecutors?
I'm pretty
Wonder if
sure
they
the
have it.
prosecutors did their research.
Yeah, they probably have. I would assume that they have, especially for cases that she had big blunders like that in.
Oh, yeah.
Any mention of tardiness in court? I don't know, but I was just thinking the same thing, Sugar Beet. That's so funny that you said that. Is she constantly tardy and turning in her reports late? She's a successful rambler. We don't know if she's successful yet or not. She's a rambler. Sorry, Ramblin' Rome. Gonna have to, she's making you look bad. She has found that 99% of murderers she has interviewed has some sort of mental illness or DID. Wow.
That might be true, but that doesn't make them legally insane to the definition where they're not responsible for their actions and didn't know what they were doing was wrong.
Right. Actually, I remember that now that you're saying that, Ramblin' Rome, that they brought that up sometime during her qualifications. They did say Shawcross. I remember them saying that name. She was about 10 minutes late, I want to say, Poppy.
Uh-oh.
It's time for them to come back now, so I'm gonna go ahead and dismiss you in the bushes. Thank you so much for coming up, and thank you, Mrs. O. And
Y'all hit the like.
okay. Thank you everyone for joining me today on panel. It's always so much better and easier to get through the whole hour or hour, 2 hours whenever we have somebody to talk with. So
Outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon. that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. Absolutely. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
sounds good.
Okay.
I hope you understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her. And once that may be her.
And for you, for the video, it's probably easier to just have her.
As opposed to transferring, yeah, that makes sense. Is that, that's what we're gonna do, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead and bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Tellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate, to place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So yeah, that's fine. It's her.
Just need my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And your notes are just the
Yeah. Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Well, just waiting you to get back. Like, did you?
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Let's, well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time. You never had it. Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that, that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
What could have made available to anybody? Draw a clock and you
Mhm.
heard that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called raised complex figure. It is
We have that.
and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should her copy of it and her memory, from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
That's what you'd rather be, you want to, with that word, you want to look at this?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
the audio's the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
If we had to have the ring lights off, Judge, I don't know.
Yeah, and that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah, just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from tens of documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past. of
Okay.
different kinds
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
And I was clear, but I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in records and so forth
Okay.
that we provided to,
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the video,
That's fine.
what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes, 55:30.
Oh,
So we're
I'm
starting-
sorry.
yeah, yeah.
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and that's not where I want to be. But yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why do you have to much? You know, be so intense. Yeah. What you're. I gotta say it's for good intention, so, you know, it's not like it's just some random person who don't cause problems, you know, it's for good. No, maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good, it's for someone, for me, really got into a pretty bad fight or workers taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away. What's that? What's going on here? Can you see? I'm not violent. I'm not violent. I am not. I'm not a violent person. Well, I am not violent at all. But I am not gonna let people be taken to bed. So I'm not gonna let people be hurt because I don't do this to me. Okay. If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I don't look. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Yeah. Because it's what I have to do. That is who are the protector. I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? They should let you know about everything. To protect. Where do you still let you protect? Can you look at me? Where? Do you know where you are? Yeah. And who have I talked to? Taylor. Taylor. And I'm frustrated. Taylor, do you know what just happened? Yes, ma'am. What? Yes, ma'am. What just happened? You asked me about my grandpa. I asked you to do grandpa. Oh, we were talking about Fred. I don't know. It's Bruce and Fred here. Prison though. Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Overton, North Carolina. Where? Overton, North Carolina. Yeah. But do you know what just happened with you? No. Somebody really said she. Then I spoke with you, with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't have anything. Oh, sorry. Sorry. What if it's Oh, I don't know. I was thinking who was the protector. Oh, sorry. I don't get it. I was saying sorry, I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about credits, all I remember. You told me that it was a kind of phase. Things. Who would be the protector? Oh, my protector is Maria. Maria, I would like very much to talk with you. If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know, sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't. Whatever it is. I love it for you, Taylor. Yeah. Taylor. You look as if you're kind of stay. Taylor, where is your reception place? You go when say Maria's in I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler.
Well, I would like to go there and let me know with Maria. And but now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people say, is that correct?
I think she does for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you're hearing and that you know who I am. And
Okay, we paused it at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. Self, with patients themselves by my elder. He did get to was told me or used hypnosis much. However, it's known that dissociative individuals are very suggestive. So you're always that's this. So if you're talking with a kid or with somebody who has a problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we test that we trust or that we are find out more?
Mhm.
You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from recitations, but from a private. That is, that by and large, they have a special place because it is known that say there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're sometimes they don't. And what we learn from our patients is to simply, what happens to you when you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to the so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special.
And let me stop. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place, so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If you, like, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Miss Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know. That was the first time, but
Well, and
I
let me
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the
But you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes.
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very calmly, but at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically Maria or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said.
she said, can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector. And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said, right?
Right,
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not sure what the point is.
the point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. Doesn't have, this is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers it or who would always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? This so far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should
Is that logical?
your logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court
But
that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just,
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. That somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
these are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young. And let's see if
At least
they are what he understands them to be.
Yeah, I've seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini, we have in discovery, which talked about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it, it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her, when she's already told the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want it. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I
at
just asked
recess.
that Mr. Tolini join me in that, so
Yep,
we're looking at the same
that's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
Unbelievable. Dump her upside down, flip the wheelchair, make sure there's nothing hidden, make sure she's not got her son hiding stuff under his coat. Like, what is going on? Unbelievable. This looks so bad. This is so bad. Yeah, cheater, cheater, cheater. You can't make this up. You're right. No, I like the beard. Unbelievable. And he literally asked for the purpose of this not happening. That's why he asked. What a trip. Yeah, she's insufferable. I know. 9 days. Could you imagine this for 9 days? You wouldn't be surprised if her testimony is struck. But here's the thing, Sugar Beet. She is the only person saying that he has DID. If they strike that, does her insanity defense go away? This is court TV at its best. She's not credible. She obviously lies. So done with her shady practices. No. Real men have beards, Mark. Real men have beards. Yeah, catching a perjury charge at 80. Whew. She is running a game hardcore. I know. Oh, man. Wow. Okay, what happens? Okay, so let me go backwards and then we can look and see what just happened for those of you who might just be coming back because we did have, 15 to 20 of you guys just join us back up. Yes, he knows her. He is doing amazing with her. I love this guy. Love him. They came back from lunch. This is them coming back. And he literally asked the court to address documents that he has a feeling are going to appear.
Gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Tellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow
Okay.
is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
Sounds good.
okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her. And you never had it. Okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. And as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Let's.
So this is her then answering the judge's questions, right? The prosecution says, I want this answered. I want to know where this stuff is. So then the judge asks her about it. And she says, in my notes, it says, get a hold of the letter written in Latin. I never had it. So he's like, okay, whatever. So here we go. Now she's going to say that she also doesn't have the signatures.
Well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time. You never had it. Okay. So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
What could have it available to anybody? Well, a clock. And you
Mhm. We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called raised complex figure. It is
We have that.
and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is. the best I could do.
Okay,
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
we actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should her copy of it and her memory, from memory she did. And I have.
Right. I think we was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Reference would rather be.
No documents. No documents. She doesn't have nothing that they didn't have. Fast forward like what, 2 minutes? Like that didn't take no time at all. And then bam, we see number one, we seen Maria. Okay, for those of you who didn't see Maria, we seen Maria. But then we also hear this woman like bam, we now have no idea. We now have paperwork that we didn't have, and what a trip. What a trip. What are Colorado laws on this kind of misconduct, and can these actions cause a mistrial? Told you Dr. Lewis is not credible. This is embarrassing. I feel so bad that I ever doubted or had any worry about this woman at all, period. Period, because this is just a mess. This is a freaking mess. Never in my life. Never in my life. Like, how you do this quick?
Where did this go when you pretend? Marie, I'd like very much to talk with you.
If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know, sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't.
Whatever. I'd love it for you.
Yeah.
You look at such a fun. Taylor, where is your reception when you go when, say, Maria's in
I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler.
well, I would like to go there and let me come with Maria. And we'll do it on. Yeah. But now I'd like to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What, is that correct?
I think she does for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you're hearing. And you know who I am. And
Okay, we paused it at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
well, that was a joke. Technique, in which we learned how you get to talk. No, with patients themselves, by one. Get to. Was okay, or used hypnosis, like whether it's now. That dissociative visuals very suggestive. So you're always. That's this.
So hard to understand while she's sitting down there. Anyways, the whole point is, in a second, she's going to say, he's going to ask her about documents, and she's going to be like, oh, I have that
Guys, from jury, please.
right here.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should
Is that logical?
It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Well, but I had everything that- I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just,
This is probably it.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please.
So this is where we're at, and now we're waiting for them to come back. The judge sent them to go look through every document that she has on her laps. I don't know, but apparently this is Maria too that came out and told us about liking to go on the beach and drink wine and things like that. I guess I don't know. I didn't hear a Russian accent. Did I miss it? Did I miss that? I can't, but he says, "Hey, I thought she's supposed to have a Russian accent," and she was like, "Well, they're as logical as dreams are." Like, so since she's not supposed to have a Russian accent sometimes, and other times she is, like, that's just how it is supposed to be here. I don't understand. What can I do? Prosecutor is fabulous. He really is. I wish I could freaking remember his name. Oh, man. What a trip. No accent. Yeah, no accent. Will Maria be on the stand? Who knows, Mark? Who knows? I don't know. It's been a mess. It's been such a mess. Welcome back, Brittany J and ATS News and CDT. I seen all three of you guys actually came back. Welcome, welcome. So we're waiting for them to come back now. They're 3 minutes late for this extra little recess that we're taking. I'm wondering, how many documents do you think they're going to have? Is this going to be like an entire stack? What is going to happen? Because all of this was due to the defense to the prosecution 35 days prior to court starting. 35 days, all of this doctor's notes, everything that she did, all of it was due to the prosecution. And she didn't send any of it until, what, 4 days before court started? I don't even know. And then here we are, and she still has hidden documents. She still has hidden information. Just so freaking, I don't even know what to do with this, people. Either way, I have to go to ATA. 3,000. Yeah, after the first down. What is happening in general? Well, this poor old lady, they're probably like checking her shoes for papers now. Make sure she's not hiding things. I can almost guarantee that there's probably so many things. It is. It's disrespectful and disgusting. I agree, logical one. It does, Pam. It proves that she's a liar. Or is she creating documents? Right, Jen Joya. Sneaky and shady defense.
5B,
Here we are.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Tolini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tolini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copy of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
We
And
could take those and have one of our people start copying it now.
yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here. but
Look at that
please,
freaking
everybody,
stack.
be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If your phone is, if something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. And it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One that
Perfect.
will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Copy them. It's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It's absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in. See if you can see if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
He asked for them to go get an additional security officer so that they could stand in the back and watch
Thank you, ma'am.
them.
Be seated.
And he pointed at
Court will
specific
recall
people.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tallini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stout, correct?
Not yet. You know, because I don't know what there is there in terms of that interview. If you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stout? Yes or no?
I gave them to you, yeah. They are there, but they haven't.
You know, at this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tallini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tallini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was documented that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there, and I think that's a little bit of it is having, as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, where I had was turned over to Tallini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you taken a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with. What you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure.
Because
Do you recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication of mine to
An email between you and Mr. Tallini, correct?
the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you have with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday, and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping it, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Tallini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer my
Dr. Lewis,
question.
the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tallini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is
Okay.
sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection.
Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, and now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important, it was just organizing in my head as opposed to important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I was saying it can be addressed again. But I did not think of
Okay.
that withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve the document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that time that was most important. But this was not something that I was going to say. I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that Mr. Delaney had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be.
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis,
We could get
I'd
this
like,
later.
Dr. Lewis,
Hold on.
please
Wait,
stop.
wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young.
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay. And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732. We're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of this again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you are. Who's it? Okay. Because you know, I can break out. You did not read it. It's running and together, but I can let her know. It was just some tea there, baby TA, it's also a Tyler, right? And here is the subject, when I was, this, with a lesbian, so she's gay. Letecia, that is Letecia. And so Taylor, that's why you said when you. That was Letecia. This, she's a letter. You said you need to talk to her Letecia as well. Yeah, but Letecia wrote that, yeah. And Letecia just want to say the left hand because you Taylor are. Just give me a number. And you said, Taylor, okay, I am. Two. Oh, I don't know if I say. You're important. Important. And each of you seems to believe you. Yes. So, yes, she's not. Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers anyone. And who said that? Was that doesn't so Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her. Not me. Not Taylor. You'll let me talk to. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I can't talk about it. But she can because I want hers to do that. things. You see what I'm saying? I don't personally do bad things. I don't live through that world. So yeah, so that's why you see that I need help with Maria. I think that Maria there's a lot more organized than the two. Right, see, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like it, I mean, she is not. Because I don't like the good, not the bad, but he's the bad, you see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I do a lot more good, you see what I'm saying? You do a lot more. Yeah, she don't always agree with the good. Or what you say is. Right, okay, well, I just need to get rid of the people do right by me. Yeah. You think sometimes like no, I'm saying I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so you think some things are good that they don't. Right, and so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me. Well, yeah, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. Be the strong fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right. I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody, let's get along, communicate, do good to people. What happens when you temperance the best people? What happens to them? When you take over and then takes away from like the good part of Taylor, you know, the good part of Taylor is like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them. You can help them too. Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how are you guys doing? They don't even know it's oh, if they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be mean, but then really I can take it if they're I love it. Well, so that's very dirty with me. How honest are you? I'm honest with you. And if you want to ask them, you're right. Well, you can change your mind. Maybe. What happens? Taylor. No, strong to Maria Taylor. Someone signed Taylor and Maria. But it's not there. I did Maria sometimes Taylor, Letecia explaining for stuff. You kind of go. Where and with you, Taylor, where do I start? So what happened was, did you want to tell what happened? Sure. Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had reported Gannon missing because he was. You had none of these. I had since January 7th, 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because I was calm at first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot and he would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that the whole practice circuit, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet. I was not there. Something had already happened to me. No, nothing had happened to him. But we were saw that after a while. And you were there. Right, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was. Well, I was in this. Guess he was the house or he was hiding it, I'm not sure. That's why I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everyone. Talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to. You're going to be right on to stand. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to them. Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or? What you told me? Really? Yes. So, as we heard, I'm just keep going, but I'm just gonna keep going. So, he was missing and then I called everyone. I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Cause I realized that it started to rain, it get cold outside. And then after, when was the first one, maybe he was born. Maybe he was dead. And I do something. I did try to bring him back. And started praying over him. I'm trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, he didn't. Where was he lying? Well, in my house. In your rooms. Where had you found him? I don't remember where I found him. Just a moment. So do you know he was in your rooms? Letecia, you don't understand why it was like that. It's like that. Because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to die. I didn't. No. What was supposed to? He was not supposed to die. No. So someone that made one person that she something else. No. What was what was the idea? What? It was not supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Wasn't supposed to be. But then our, it was. Using. You know, what did you think it was? I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. It's going to be any. I'm not a lesbian and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone right in the bottom of the scan. Okay, under no circumstances did I think you just can't have this. Were you doing something? It's a hard. Did you do something with what was your? Did it? It was for me. Did it look like something? Oh. You know, you don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand, someone was in the home, okay? Yes, they're in the home, yeah. We see them big, okay? They're going to hurt everyone, they're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, so it was going to hurt someone, everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because the maximum was in the cage, okay? So all I did, all I did is grab the gun. And what happened? You saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did. Okay? All I did is grab. You don't understand. I had to protect the people that were in the house. Okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? I'm trained to kill. That's what I do, but trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do, kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt them, I'm trained to kill. Okay, that hurts anyone or no? That hurts the people that I care about. Okay, so you kill. Yes, yeah, that hurts. You didn't care. Yes, and that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. Fired at someone, yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I walk. This is how you old. Yes. And then. That's what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Oh. They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize It was not the person. I don't press anything. I got immediately. I got immediately after I did my job. You really miss yours. I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you've done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Letecia and her family and for deserves. So short. Because Letecia, her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Who was it? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, that's what I do. She was upset, everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset, everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I don't know what happened at the end. Who did this? If I deserve it to the police, what? If I deserve it to the police, I have to the police. No. I'm just so lucky. What do you want me to try? What do you want me to try? Just try. Need money. Maria. 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 You know what I think? Right, I think let me see with your normality. You want to be almost invisible. No. No, I have jobs to do. I do jobs that are usually. Only what? What does he see? Medication control. I always have perfect. For which? Who did you turn this information to? Us. Did you see people? I don't answer to that. No, you don't answer to me. I'm just trying to. I want something. I think you can tell. I don't think you would have. No, I know too. I'm working my ass off to do all of this. It's so very tough, yeah. Because if you're not strong, or so. Right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that. Not for you. Even my cabinets when I try to. But it's. I read, but I'm casting them. You don't do that, or you don't like them, and I'm not. You don't see this. Well, you. Just tell me, you just know. The favorite. A favorite, times, a favorite. You're very strong animal. You see it. I think we all have a fantasy. It's from me. I'm going to help my defender. Do you need anything else from me? You need anything? Do you need anything else from me? Do you need anything else from me?
No. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of, well, look to you like something is nice and Letecia. You shot from the and the person where it was went down and you then left. The job done, correct job. Well, the job wasn't really done because as I understand it, but I've seen.
I'm gonna think about it.
How do you feel sort of not, never that,
I do it every time,
but in general,
multiple times.
like.
It's about it.
Yeah, so.
What did you do?
So. Well, you had to bring it in, so, and. I certainly not. I don't have any contacts, so that's the.
Right.
So you don't just work for the Letecia?
Okay. But I had to protect her before Mexico.
You did,
I had to protect her before Mexico.
you did,
I did.
you protected her for us. Wow, how old was she? When you first,
My day is different than yours.
your what?
My years are different than yours.
How old were you?
28.
You're healthy.
28. 28.
So, she was without you. So 11 years old.
I'm always 28. I always look this way.
Yeah, she's very young. So, for 11
My years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try.
I imagine her mysticals. Yeah. Yeah.
They're different.
So, have you been teaching protector from the time he arrived for what was happening to her protection?
Who's going to see this information? I don't see anyone else.
What?
I don't see anyone else.
I did not with her permission. Her permission means. And we'll do the talk about, would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So they will do that. And I think I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like, if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's favor to get Letecia's help and some. So, maybe some educated people, but probably only use them. Wouldn't they be good?
No, absolutely.
Take a look over there. Got a group there.
And I see that.
You always see that, like, yeah. Me too. Yes, you. Seriously, I didn't, never told me. So, you know, just one of the things. You've been very brave yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself when you spray?
No, I'm very.
You are, this is what I do. Well, you do it, I know you're very brave to trust us. But we will only slowly talk about it. And if it does not help Letecia, I'm not gonna.
Just stays there.
I think, my goodness, we were pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or so? Let's go back into it. And let's move. Is it her? from seeing between 2 and 3. I do need the promise.
It only promises that you guys, I have a request.
I know I would like you not to hurt me and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you think this real, we're tell you only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you remember the agent for those people? Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let me read you. Yeah. And she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I'm with them, right when I talk with her, that she got a feeling. Being, I hope, it's really, was, I don't know, and they asked, and that, I don't know. But I would, and I would be myself. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a some. Maria, I have something that I'm very much to lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes.
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked, when we had her, and I had asked her. Could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Standard. Here. Cameras be on us and that there be company. I had said I'd like to have them on. I think it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run, if he knew how, could he run the cameras?
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
You don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the character they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change, she looks different, she sounds different, she does different things, she protects. So that I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, and so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I knew it's the truth. Like you did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying, I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth and her identity and who she is clear.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on the papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that they're down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was. I didn't.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may, they may be there. Like they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, not on again, off again, perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Hey, someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense, and not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Not to follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything. Oh, her expression change. You saw what this person said change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that thing, is this,
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I'm
Okay?
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
can you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't?
Oh.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating a monster necessarily in his year. No, he did not do.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna,
he did probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
can we agree to disagree on that? Please?
See the first game.
All right, we're gonna go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably gonna take a break in about 20 minutes, so find a
Okay, so
good
it
place.
will be a bit of a break.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna have the jury sitting there for all of this, so, find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just leave the TV on. Judge.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is unfit balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna we say Alente. Aute gratuit Letecia se Gana Maria se Mena sana in conversano vetera desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw
This is as an confessor. I, Maria, confess, so we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know, I just told you it says foundation in that.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I just figured it was that, was to be different in Spanish because of the way you did through that period.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was a Spanish, but
I don't know Spanish.
yeah.
We would be wise. They did.
Some Portuguese. That's what I said, maybe
I did something. Maria, then Sana, Maria is in, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Sana in conversano, veterated son. Well, maybe have these and photocopy them. Because here it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Maria, AKA. Where is Aleia?
I don't know. I don't know.
we say defending, something about defending. And for us doing this is not taking it out, which would be kind of a free.
You think a lot of languages.
Like saying French, so. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not, I get by, okay. So anybody here? No.
I don't know.
You were so nice.
Absolutely, yeah, it's been her for a while. She keeps going back to her husband, she gone.
And why she get that here?
She gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys, she's like a young lady. The young, like, the man who's sleeping in her breast. Yeah, it was. I know, oh, she's getting in trouble when she.
Let's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to.
Yeah.
Well, could have been a player. Oh, I always look at it. That's good, right? It's fun. Partners, I think from the mass, rest in peace, right? That's good. But you believe that is a confession from Marie?
Well, I was still the one word, I thought it was the O.
Yeah, and couldn't guess.
That's the other West.
Since that.
Well, because that's why I say the red, you be, that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. So, other than that, that's why it was Spanish.
Yeah, well, it's a little mess. It's from wrong.
So I was thinking, it was Spanish, I figured out something.
Do you think that Maria did it?
Oh, I didn't.
Civil.
I remember. And just had little flashbacks or what I mean.
What are the flashbacks?
Just remember blood.
Yeah.
And
Take from the appointment to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave.
just remember seeing someone in my cave.
Women,
I remember seeing someone in my cave.
you remember seeing
I heard a baby crying.
Have you been crying with them?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Really?
See this, I just remember a baby crying and seeing someone in my cave.
Okay, this is second interview. So tell me about the person in the cave.
So the person was in like a red and black cave.
Yeah. How big a person?
I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot.
Man,
I was in
a man. Tall. 6 feet. And staying. How would the songs? Well,
I just remember being like in a room in a corner or something I hated in front of him.
was he in the corner or women?
No, man was in the cave in the corner.
The man was in the cave.
And the cave was red and black.
I thought yesterday, I remember what Maria said that Janet got up and was in the cave. Is that,
I don't remember Anthony. No. No.
Josh, do you recall? Yesterday, I mean, I had thought that It was again in a cave. I realized even I never known it began.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah, it was a man and a rose up. And where was Gannon? I don't know. And it would help if I talked directly with Maria, because she writes. And he could call her, she told us, she said, I thought. So that, yeah, it's been worse if we talk, she would never find. She would go, or they, well, that's. I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of the launch? And I'm going to. Because if someone put it on, sure they don't, it's like, put it in. God, it's really terrible. Let it go here. No, they just always be. Oh my God. Yes.
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:30.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
They're killing me with these breaks today. Yeah, yada, 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 whatever. That's what all this is. I can't believe she was just getting comfy. Just getting comfy on the DSM. Oh, good point. Was that the DSM-5 or the DSM-2? Good point, Aurora, because we all know that they want to use that outdated 1970s information. This whole process is insulting to your intelligence, right? Will she have to answer today if she's testifying or not? I'm not sure, CDT, because they wanted to wait until after Dr. Lewis. And I don't think Dr. Lewis is going to be done today. This video that we are going to be watching is an hour and a half. This means that Dr. Lewis will likely be back on Friday because they still have to have time for the cross and then any rebuttals that the that the prosecution will want to do once the defense rests. But remember, the defense has T's entire family and a couple other specialists on their witness list as well. And so are they going to end up calling any of those other individuals? Be very interesting to find out. Let's see if I'm able to open a second thing here. Louisiana girl, the question that you asked me in Discord, yes, that is fine. Sorry, I just now seen it. Where am I at? I don't know if she's going to end up testifying or not, though. Especially with the way that the good doctor's testimony is going. I just don't know what they're going to say or what they're going to do. Tell us what she said happened to Gannon, please. The Maria said that she had no choice but to shoot Gannon, who was Fred. She shot Fred because Tisha and her family were missing, and Fred was there threatening them or something along those lines. And so she shot Fred once. But that doesn't line up at all with what happened to Gannon already. Yeah, CDT, her flight was supposed to leave today. Exactly. I think the defense team was trying to make it so that the prosecution didn't have enough time with her, and then obviously that's not happening. Good job. You just told the whole internet, 230 people, that you went poop on the potty.
Where?
Right here, they're all listening to you. That's a little bit silly, don't you think?
Uh-huh. I went on the potty, everyone.
Well, good job. Give me a high five. Information I'm sure everyone in here wanted to know. Did you wash your hands good?
I didn't wash my hands at all.
Oh, well, you should probably go wash your hands. Who is Fred? Fred is somebody that that's who Letecia said she's seen, with somebody named Fred. Yeah, pooping on the potty needs to be celebrated more often. I agree. Yeah, let me go get. She can't get to the sink to wash her hands, and so I high-fived her. So give me 1 second to go help her. You didn't wash your hands at all? Yeah, I know, right? She needs that lesson in honesty. Yep. Awesome. Don't worry, I keep hand sanitizer at my desk. Oh, man. No, her stepdad's name wasn't Fred, I don't think. Was it? Why doesn't anybody ask her about the Yeah, that's a good question, not just the pew pew. I don't know. I don't know. She has a stepping stool, but her sister was standing on it, so she couldn't get to it. I had to move her sister. Fred's just another person that he pulled out of a hat. James, that's right, Yorkie. James is a stepdad. So Fred's just a random name. For certain honest thing we already heard.
Hey everyone, I'm gonna talk to you today. And everyone, my sister pooped in her pants, alright? So I can't talk to you. And my mom is gonna talk to you later after she changed my sister's butt. Cause she just pooped in her pants and not listened to her mom. So that means she's gonna do. So that means I'm gonna talk to you today. So everyone, knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Banana, let me in. It's cold outside. Knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who?
Okay, my turn. What did you? Did you tell him that I was changing a diaper? Well, she has proved it. She can she can run the show. Oh man. Banana, finally, yay. Was she telling jokes? That's so funny. Yeah, so Junior went poop on the potty and came out and proudly announced it. And Junior went poop and took her diaper off. So she came out and was like, yeah, standing there. So I had to, an emergency moment before she touched anything. She held it down. That's good. Oh man, that's so funny. Orange, glad they didn't say banana. Yes. They always plan it, Jamie. And here's what happened. So I was gonna take my son to karate, but then I knew the judge was gonna have a break coming up, so my husband took him. So it's me and them. That's so funny. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it to see what she was saying. I was thinking I had it muted, so she won't unmute it. Nope, she definitely unmuted it. What? She needs to get paid an ice cream. I will get them some ice cream. Do you want some ice cream?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, high five. We have some sherbet in the fridge. We have a dairy allergy, so we eat other types of ice cream. But we got some orange one.
Can I have orange ice cream?
You sure can have orange ice cream.
No, I want orange ice cream. I love ice cream. Oh, ice cream.
Oh my goodness.
I want orange.
That's so funny. So I'm chatting today. Oh, I will, Ramblin'. I will. That's right, the mom and sleuth mom.
Everyone, we're gonna have ice cream.
We're gonna have ice cream.
I want orange cream.
Uh-huh.
Hey.
She said that I would talk to you later. That's good. All right. Oh man, she just tried to click the end broadcast button because she's like, let's go, ice cream, bye-bye. I'm like, nope, don't click that button. That's funny. Yeah, rainbow sherbet is your favorite. Non-dairy ice cream there too. That's so funny. I don't even know what I was talking to you guys about, whatever that just happened. That's great. Oh my. I don't even know what to say now. I got nothing. I got nothing to top it off with. You love orange sherbet? Yes. You can't eat dairy or gluten. Coconut ice cream is yummy. Yeah. That's a keeper. I will, sweet Melissa. Oh my goodness. What a trip. What a trip. I think that they will impeach Dr. Lewis? I don't know. And I know that they're going to have a whole day Thursday trying to read through that entire stack of notes. Did you see how thick that stack was? Like, that was huge. That was huge. You need a clip of her takeover. That's so funny. I will. Yeah, you babysit. It is a hard act to follow, right? How can you even compare with that? This is why I keep the camera off, though, too. You just never know what's gonna walk in. You never know. Unless it's night. Sometimes I turn it on at night. It's just been a while since I did. All right. Let's get this pulled back up so that whenever they come back, we are ready. It should be any minute now. Heather's allergy. Maybe T will bring up the softball accident that Dr. Lewis is not allowed to talk if she takes the stand. She may. I just don't see what a softball accident is going to help. I just don't see. I mean, you can have all the brain injuries in the world. I've had some doozies myself. It doesn't mean that you can just kill people. That's not how it works. It's just not how it works. So we get this up for you guys so that we are ready for whenever they come back. Okay, let me ask you guys this too. The way that I had it with it zoomed in kind of on the TV, we could see the judge's face and we could see T. Do you guys like that? Or would you prefer it to go back to just T and the TV stand with the judge teeny tiny in the top corner? The reason that I did it the way that I did was because I feel like the judge has been getting so impatient and we're missing facial expressions. And I know that we're missing facial expressions because somebody actually sent me a clip of a facial expression that we definitely missed. And it wasn't from today, but it was from yesterday, and he smirks whenever one of the witnesses says something. So I'm just curious how you guys feel about everything. You like all three because the judge is fed up today. Yeah, the judge is a little bit fed up. I like being able to see him too. Okay, good. I was just curious how you guys felt about it. CDT, if she opens that door by getting on the stand, we've got days. But again, even this doctor, I mean, testified 9 days in one case. How long could we potentially have her on the stand? It's crazy. It's crazy to think that the judge and the prosecution and everybody at one point were worried that they wouldn't have enough trial to last us until today. Then we're starting to talk about closing arguments on Friday. And I don't see how we're going to get to closing arguments Friday or even before next Wednesday at this rate. I think it's going to be a next Friday thing, if not longer, because of all of this new documents and things like that. And then if she takes the stand, how long will the doctor really be testifying? How many videos is the prosecution going to present? All of this goes back to why the defense was trying to limit how long the prosecution could cross. Your friend just yeah, till the doctor has her own alters, right? Well, maybe that's why the doctor doesn't know where any of her notes are. She'll definitely not get an appeal if she testifies. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay, and how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My
Okay.
math is terrible, sorry.
Okay.
You know, the parts that talked about maybe going a little bit later today, if we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be the typical report.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
I
no,
told them
absolutely.
they'd be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right,
Yes.
so.
She said good.
Okay, so, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People that Letecia Stauch, record show reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the home where just say really bad. Maybe let the sideburns on it, or maybe let the sideburns on it. And he has that sit down on that. But. And. So. Marie. Marie. What is called attention? What do you see? Did they go? Marie, I think it's time for me. Which story is letter? Yeah. I got it. Yeah. Marie. Tell me that. And Marie into and what the letter just said. And what is that? How many? What does it mean? Okay.
kind of hard. It's really. It's. We just. And you want they when you want you should read that. No, just the. Four, four up here. Do you see my hand? What do you want from me? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate? Of course I can. Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it? This. Those. With the like I'm gratitude and also gratitude. And when that was here, it was gratitude. Too fast. I'm gratitude. Yeah, what is here? I voluntarily took the best of defense, I confess in self-defense, what did you do? You I have the impression that we got a lot of reasons here to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than it was it's only it was happening always. Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Keep whether or not is in where the is told by harmony was arrested, harmony was left. And how will it and who was and who's it in that? Pardon? Leticia's dad. Leticia's dad or that is respecting. Well, let's be harmony. As in the Letician. And who's harmony something? I beg your pardon. Yeah, just for the words of the didn't you sit already as a baby? She's 10 years old and she was molested by her step again, and again was by step by who? Which like molested and harmony. I understand molested and harmony. And harmony is 10 years old. When was Gavin molested? And he was 10 years old. And what's like that? I don't know. How do you know about this? You know, Letecia Stauch. How did you? And she wasn't going to hell. She was going to heaven with herself. Letecia, yes. She's in heaven, so. Oh, she like healing proceeded. It's all about, well, like just kind of putting two and two together. So maybe to Michael. She's been with herself. I'm confused. What is life? What is life? What? I didn't understand. You don't know this, but you know his first name is like this. And who followed again? How did you find it? I got it wrong. I thought you said that you left it wrong. No. Harmony spelled that in different. I thought mine was the same one. No. Who was somehow extended? James. Oh, my James. From one molested. Let's see the other days. Tell me about the trip to Florida. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you after Janet died. You said you were the one shot. I did not go to Florida. Why? Because Florida I go to Florida. To Florida? Because Letecia went with again after he died. I had to talk to you. What work did you do? What labor in Florida? I was doing jobs. Like what? Taking care of other people. Really getting rid of them. You know what? What? Make a lot of money. I didn't make a lot of money. I really do. I'm money laundering. How do you launder it? Through what? I can tell you. You'll see this. Have you ever killed anyone? In Mexico? Every. I started on this matter. Who? Someone who was going to Letecia. Who is someone who was going to Letecia. Hold it. Heard of her. Who? What is it about? John was going to go around and John was going to. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, about it. Not too many do that. It's the dollar. Do you have family? I don't need them. Did you have them? They all are. Really? You should know this. What? You think I would go around looking to people voted in without having a vaccine? What's that story? You don't say. So, why did Letecia take and out? She did not. How much she did? No, she did not. What makes you say?
Because I don't. I mean, you do not. But I mean, you do not.
As I understand it, was down there.
I mean, you're wrong. I think currently you're wrong.
Oh,
Well, that you do not know.
pardon?
You do not know.
No, do you know?
I know people.
Why did she get rid of Ian's slide?
She did not do that.
Who did? Did you?
No, I people like I said.
Or
I know people like I said.
so did you get something? Um, so you got something to tell
Like I said, I know.
me, Maria, after Gannon was shot, how did you consider getting into we said kid, how did you manage her?
She tried to get to the hospital.
But him, she was not strong.
Lena tried to help her.
Her
Lena tried to help her.
later tried to help her. Really. Was the other there when you tried?
And of course, Lena was there.
And what did Lena do?
She helped her carry him to the farm.
What did I follow?
No, she was leaving.
She was what? She was a child. They grew up.
No, not the picture. When she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere.
Yeah. So she wasn't there when you
I wasn't mistaken.
she stayed asleep. It's my understanding. It's that you shot the man with the cave. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did it turn out to be again?
Not to make
How did it happen later? How did it turn out again later?
later on. But it was supposed to be.
I don't get it.
I have to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was scanned. Figure out
How did you?
the close friends, the puppies and some moms. Figure it out, you know.
So there were two people.
No, I have to call some friends to help me out, you know.
You to call some parents to help you out to do what?
To get into the body.
Where the man in the cave?
We both found a man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not.
It was again.
But I have to put these in.
Do you have any idea why? Yeah, in your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in the cave.
I don't know.
What else? What? Just like you figure out the news. Here. He's here. Sure, Gavin was on that blanket, right? Do you see? See, Gavin on the blanket. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man?
There could be a possibility, but to me it was a key.
What?
But to me it was a key.
Yeah, but I was wondering if then it turned out to be Gavin. And you meant to only shoot a man with a gun. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot?
He's going too far, but he's here. I think that hurts.
And then I was here.
While the man be in her house with me.
No. Do you
You allow any normal interview?
think I've ever had a man with a gun
Or would you prove her now as normal?
that I didn't know? Probably well, I know.
When did you find two people to study?
Even he was shooting.
Correct. I'm special training
Yeah.
in my past life.
Who were you in your past life?
I already told you, I can't tell you about my family.
And that would tell me if you told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Canada to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it.
Because I have to put Letecia first.
You have to,
Protect Letecia first. Yes. That's not your own job.
so if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida, would I be protected for that? Getting rid of them?
I cannot be very difficult. But protect her first.
Yep.
Associate power. If you don't have emotional intelligence. I think executive emotion.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not gonna cry for the.
Mhm.
So what happened?
What is going to do?
But then they did the rest.
How do you feel about talking with me?
Are you,
And I'm what?
are you a director?
Oh, what?
A director?
Dirt. So,
Correct.
a threat.
You're a director.
And it's. Yeah. I do my best to help. Because,
So you, and then we,
but,
if I had emotions,
yeah,
I can cry.
you can't.
If I cry,
You lose your power.
so if I add myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy to. That's all.
Can Letecia well?
Sometimes. She tried to come back and she cannot, but
When did you first come to Letecia?
a very long,
How old was she?
maybe like maybe 16, 15, 16.
It's not that long ago.
She's pretty old.
What was going on with her when you came?
She doesn't have to listen.
Pardon me?
She doesn't have to listen.
That doesn't quite explain why you came.
She puts herself in a lot of trouble.
When things came, she worked herself into my
She doesn't bad, but
yeah, and what she did.
she doesn't have to communicate effectively.
Yeah.
Gets herself involved in problems she should be involved in. She's stubborn.
What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that to her before? You saw it in me.
You don't really know.
I don't know what.
You don't really know what's going on.
No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that
Do you really know why she doesn't like drugs?
why she,
You do really know why she doesn't like drugs?
why she does?
Why she doesn't like drugs?
Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she like drugs?
Because her stepdad trying to start selling them drugs.
Yeah. Selling her.
Selling her for drugs.
Oh, gee.
Which is
Now it's it.
shame.
Jane's the jackets and selling her.
They tried to, but did not succeed. That's bad.
What was that?
He was making her drive around the car and getting ropes for him. But to try to get her to stand in her trucks. His nephews.
Did she not do, did she?
No, she did not. How did she? She hit him across the head with a board.
She hit him with a board. Who?
James.
When you saw that boy, when the man was the king, he had a hole tucked his head. What I was wondering is if you were anything, mistaken or see, hit him on the head with a board with something.
He hit his head on the road.
He hit his head on what?
On the road.
On the floor? I don't think you've seen that.
Picture of like that. He hit his head on the road. There was a basic one in the floor in the wood.
You have to jump upside down.
It was on the floor. There was basic one sticking out on the floor. That's where he hit his head. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseball on the floor.
Doesn't fit.
Okay, let's just sort of.
Look at the picture. He hit his head on top of this guy.
I don't know if that's all that is. That's all it means.
So James was trying to sell Letecia. When she was a teen. What would he do?
He laid down cocaine.
Yeah.
And she was gathering around the cocaine.
He didn't go out either.
Which is right. There's kids in the family.
Who to do? Yeah.
There's babies in the back.
What are you thinking? Well, that's,
She has siblings.
so,
And Cici has siblings.
didn't understand.
And Cici has siblings in the back.
She's siblings and she didn't work.
Julie.
Julie. How old was she?
I don't remember how to do this. I wasn't there so we had to.
How long did she have to? What's did you do? Son?
Trains for the year.
And then,
You know, the board.
and so
She beat him with the board and he found
she beat James was bored. Where
in his home. He's really.
did he do?
No, James was a man. But he didn't know anymore.
Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because it didn't know anymore. So you had to do that very time.
He went to sleep. Took an hour work. Went to sleep, I took him on board, just beat him really hard. They say you don't know what being drunk or when you're high. At least you had nothing to show for it.
How public trainings
That was me.
That was Jenny's.
Yeah, it was.
And that was when.
I was trying to follow everybody's hand.
Something surreal. Very exciting around that time. It was, people got confused. Who was the person for the queen? You know, see Letecia today.
James Water case. James Water case.
James were a lot of things.
He did reference and stuff.
Did he expose himself? Why?
You don't really have the case because he thought he was a hero.
He thought it was a superhero.
Yeah. He was proud of his. With offers.
Oh. Parliament died, I'm sorry, didn't Parliament go along when they were going to Florida? Parliament went along with her, didn't she? No, isn't she?
I think she did.
What?
I think she did.
I think she did, yeah. How did she know?
Nothing. She not gonna.
Did you know that Gannon was in the back?
No. There's no guy in the back, no bar, someone else help. Someone else got my big country, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand.
Really? From what I understand, you see, go over there to Florida. And then after she got rid of the suitcase,
But she did not do that. I already told you, I had someone else to do that.
well, whoever. Put put Gannon in her suitcase and kept him there, and then went down to Florida, and they tossed him off the side of the bridge.
I did Chris like that, I had to do this, yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that.
I think that's someone else.
Well, one time, I already told you, this, but if you knew that, she wasn't aware of that.
But she was down in Florida.
Of course she was.
So what was she doing?
But she was going to move to Florida.
He said
She was going to move to Florida.
she was going to move there. They won.
That's her same place.
Her same place.
I don't know who made last card out, I mean,
Do you think she'll tell me?
I don't know, maybe.
If you let her, then I think we can let her.
What would you get away from?
I mean, that's good. And when
I don't know.
and if he was on his
Everyone.
he was the worst of us. Since she's in the Florida. Yes. You know, you feel you don't have any remorse or anything. But how does Letecia feel about what happened to Gannon?
That person tried to go upset, but we did that.
You stop. And it feels together because of what happened to
Every day.
oh my.
You tried to push yourself out of the company. social self-development is achieved. With multiple things involved priorities. Does it mean that they have any hard most of head over it? If she does to fill us in, would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and non? Or was about everything? Is a whole bunch. How old is she? Started with stating, I feel started with Viking. Rising in the boys ever done? Here. And what? Did they find it? No, they didn't even. Pardon? Another they found him. Another they did, they tell. No, they did not stitch. It's probably. Should I be your mom up there? To jump all the time too. Yes. And what happened? I did. And what did you? Would you just write down all that? Where did you? I wrote down the stuff. Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? Why would you do so wrong? You got someone like me who doesn't care, don't care what other people. This is for the good. You have someone like her, but she thinks that she did it, right? You have someone like her who don't hurt. Yeah. So. Yeah. Maybe here. How do you do it? I was driving to run, that was someone else's end. Yeah. No. Someone really good shoe on. You? Oh. Perfect. I should get a pill. I don't think we've got the shots. Well, you feel plus there's another cake was it's not my first thought is to get rid of the bottom. And my first thought is to get rid of the bottom. That the shoe versus the correct. And incorporating. And they. I don't need my social life. I don't need my social life. Cinch on my socials. And probably. So did about too, you know. I think you read a lot. No, I don't read it all. You don't read it all? No, so where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't. And I'm trying to do the rest of them. Long time ago. Different life. How many months? There's a profession we should come out. Are you? You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, like we seem to hear about Letecia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty well. No, it's very rarely.
This is pretty serious.
What are my odds? They're very, very slim.
What else?
Usually I'm never called one of the things.
Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone else takes the blame.
But I always take over her. You think the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I make a mistake, they outweigh.
You take over her.
And the good outweighs the bad, and
What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her. And you have to make it all right.
from the very beginning, when I saved her life multiple times, the good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, what does that matter? I mean, you have special powers, but I'm not perfect.
Was the outfit? Oh, I mean, this is a.
Right? Do you think I had to make a mistake?
I think
Do you think I had to make a mistake?
you.
Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake?
No. I can't understand the word.
Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake?
Yes.
Do I have to live when I make a
We like
mistake?
everybody, do you? No. So what do you do to yourself?
Try harder this time.
But you say that the good you done yourself. Okay. When she was an infant, what did you do?
I didn't start helping her until she's old.
And
I didn't start helping her until she was old.
how old was she?
A teenager.
And what did you do for her?
I took her from Jay's.
And how did you do that?
He could her in the pool one time when she could not swim.
I'm sorry, that's
He
true.
threw her in the pool when she could not swim.
You threw her a bullet, she was swim.
She could swim right away, go, but she had cracks. Leg cracks.
Yes.
I saved her.
How do you say that?
Or her leg elbow, she would float.
Did you? And he threw her a bullet. Tell me, Maria, does anyone else know about this? Like the bullet?
Happened in Georgetown, South Carolina.
Who was there?
Was at Miss Burrow's house.
And
Brenda went there to Pearl's house.
I'm sorry,
Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda,
we all went. I don't know Brenda.
I don't know him.
I don't think so, Miss Brenda.
She's confusing together.
She's what?
Confusing together.
She tells her. Does she sometimes take over?
No, Brenda's family.
Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's where, the teacher's at.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful.
He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl.
And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she saw her. And it was her Jace.
Correct.
So it's like,
Maybe ask to speak to Pearl.
can you do that? You know Pearl? Or you
We
know-
don't know.
Where,
I don't know.
we don't know what you do.
Okay.
I can ask Brent.
And
She lives in Georgetown.
so they have the house, what he done?
Stay there.
They do.
He laughed and thought it was funny.
They stays.
He's dead, right?
So he was great.
Of course.
What else did you know?
You're in the car and tried to kill herself. When was it? What is that? Tell me about the car. She tried to kill herself and she learned how to get a free. And did you do anything to help? What did you do? After we got the car. Get out of the cross city. What do you do when she wants to kill herself? Well, she's been part of that she was living. Somehow she tried to kill herself and she thought she saw the ones in her car. She saw her ex-husband in the car. Was he with her? She thought she always saw him. Really? So she told him that he. Who knows her? About when she's very little before you came. It was about her. Does anyone know her? No, so it's getting. I don't know. She had friends. Could I have some friends when she doesn't? Why did you say fun? Because she did not have any. She did not have everything. She did not have a partner. Maybe that one might be involved. But you had another one. Yeah. Yeah. And you? I didn't think of it. Of what? Of the dirt. Ready to the other now, tell me. Did you kill it? No. But not what reaction to. Sounded fun. So you have lots of secrets. It's kind of understanding. You know, this time it looks as if Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in. I'm so predictable. How are you predictable? So many of her girls. And so, what's not trying to work across the without her? And how do you protect her from taking the lead in all of this? That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain. Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from? Yes. We will make you pain. I can control that. It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good law. Yeah, ask these people here if they have any questions. I don't answer to them. Let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get in the Florida?
That helped.
Who that? How did get in Florida?
What's that?
Special right. What is the question?
Who helped Gannon into Florida?
I called some friends that I already told you.
With them.
I called some friends that I already told you.
Well, I remember they asked me. And then she went up to Seth Rowan.
Who is she?
TC.
I told you my involvement in this. I told you my involvement in this, and I don't have to tell you who I called. Why? This is important. Well, it's pretty already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, Harley making.
That has something to do with me.
Because they may charge Harley, if something you can charge Harley.
How do you feel about it, Harley? That has nothing to do with me, ma'am. No, it says for you. How do you feel about it? Check the Letecia. Even from Harley. Excuse me? Even from Harley? I'm going to protect Harley if she needs me to, but I will still protect Letecia. You would protect her. Correct. What did someone toss Garrett out of the car? You want what was it? Unwise that. There wasn't trying to toss him out. I never said that. They were trying to. They were not trying to toss him out. What were they trying to do? What do you think? Seems to fall out. So we were not. They were not trying to toss him out. But we went. So you want me to give you a good say what the person told me? Even though I'm not gonna get it for what? I just. Yeah, so why did you hear? Person was saying because they did not have the money. To get rid of the money. Yeah. There you go. With it, for money, correct. The one that disposed of the, no. So what did they miss about there? The money didn't come out. Like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out. So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to have other people. She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money. She was not in her right mind. What kind of mistake with you? I don't know how to control the. Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind. Because I told her to do something and she did not. What did you tell her? She was supposed to meet the guy to get the money. Yeah. And she did not do that. What did she do instead? She was probably driving wrong routes. Was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, okay, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place. Okay. It's the wrong route. Correct. Yeah. So it was, no, the deal was on. Perfect. But then I made it. So you made the deal and where couldn't even some. But still, I don't think she did get rid of the bottle. She tossed it. I just told you, she did not need the people. The people are here giving out their money. I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car. Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money. If they tossed the body? Yes, she never had the body. Maybe she did. She did not take the body to down. Who took the body? Or you just asked me this question. Yeah, they're not accepting the truth. Well, I'm confused. Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she tried to stupid. But there was no thing, there was no evidence of her having the bodies there. Wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't evidence. That's not evidence of her having the body from her missing time. No.
Suitcase with the body according to Harlan was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harley says.
Well, I don't know what this is.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it was There was no bill. The people did not meet.
And get all my cuts on.
From the fire,
No, they cuts.
there was no love.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it, she asked me here, she doesn't know, I think it's woods. Something that doesn't really know. I don't know anything about it, I don't know what it is.
That's a cut.
So there's stuff that even you don't know.
I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't know. Yeah. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
I already told you about the border.
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot them,
I already told you about it.
when you shot them, did you know?
I already told you about it. I'm hoping it's like one. I already told you. I didn't know it.
You did not.
Correct. So the focus on the.
Yeah, but oh, listen. Did you think it's the devil?
No, and then I know Lewis, and then straight around and keep you, and so you walked out, yeah, so you went up, I was like, well,
But person to know identity.
no,
How did you feel when you realized it was again?
I told you I did not know, it. I didn't know that I recognized. And I told you I did not have emotions to know that, but
I don't
I don't know what it is, but sure, pain.
know. I think that you do that.
I don't have patience.
One of the feelings you have is that I want to. Feel explained.
I don't have feelings about that.
I can say nothing.
I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia.
Well,
Because of the hair. And if she's upset, I'm upset.
you don't. She could have said, you know, we suggested underneath that, trying to put the song. You do. You're acting with you, and you're so good at staring at puppets. Everyone. But, I think that it would feel better when that things happen to Letecia.
Maybe.
It's good son, you know. It's good son. Do you know anyone who knows, why they didn't have a father and who helped carry it? Do you know anyone who could help you?
No, I didn't take Friday. I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't.
Because of these people, but I mean, you know, who, like, who helped carry it? You don't.
She already told you that she will take good care of that. She already told you. You don't understand. She cannot know who you are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That is a, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is.
You mean they would kill me or
You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that.
Can you tell me what's in Letecia Valley? Who all of these very trust?
What is falling in people?
Among friends.
Do you think she went about a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? Do you think it was legal?
And so that's how she got all the money.
Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to sit here and talk with us?
No.
Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those.
I know.
She's definitely not going to tell you.
Yeah.
She's not gonna definitely tell you that. Most other people die. You're not. That's a part of the piece that you cannot ever know. Because when they happen,
Do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that
you guys live in a perfect world, and it's
kind of big time.
you live in a perfect world, it's not a game, you can play games, games are stupid.
But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind. Absolutely.
When it comes to that part. Absolutely. If you answer to what you want to do, but I would never give you my sister. Never. Cannot.
Well, we don't like to know. A lot of we just want to know how. Yeah. Going to be some kids. You know, who is 60? It's not struggling to do all that. So,
What's the because I'm strong enough.
so maybe, but
Maria has enough power. You're not see me. Can I see the muscles I have?
so you're saying that
You could not. I could do anything.
do you have any other questions you want to ask?
Do you know anybody who could help us out getting back to that?
Whatever his contact. Again.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back. You don't know patient has a bad opinion.
No,
You promise.
absolutely.
He had enough in his head. Then I didn't know it was him. I was okay. But this sound moved like a name. I tried to go to the hospital. That's why I want to sell these. It wasn't a bad thing. He won't give me the bad.
you saying here?
Yes.
What kind of? Apartment, stay, the kitchen knife? Yes. How did you get it? I don't know, but I didn't know, yeah, so. It's early, it's almost in it. I was down to. Started stuff, doing this, pulling the gun, southeast. You pulled it with the gun and then pulled away with the gun, sideways moving off. She's on killing. You put it with the gun. You dropped it out and it was in the bag. I don't know. Do you know? What's in there? There's probably a picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, as they didn't know that he had the cuts on him. He was about a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would put that over there, blood on the thing, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who could have worked that?
Because if you ever guys said it was coming. And she was screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we figure it out. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She just fix it, make everything back to be the way it was, nothing was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
she was trying to take it to the hospital, and Lena was picking up the spine, and go to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead, that's what it's doing. Lena,
is that me?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
Was making that sound.
God was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It was trying to get everything to breathe. They had out because could not breathe.
She was, they didn't seem to be at all, so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No.
How did I, or did you, when you shot the gun, who did you?
There was Irish.
And who did you say first?
Someone came out of something.
But you didn't recognize it.
No, the Greek called me.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the kid, you could have been a monster. Anyone.
Who was the one who kept, case?
James.
James, yeah.
I think it was James.
The big party.
Pardon?
Big party.
I still don't understand.
Harvard thought it was James.
What?
Did Harvey come out?
That's the baby cry was for me.
The baby from.
It's already.
Did Harvey hit him with anything?
I don't know. So nobody to forget.
But then with Harvey trying to hurt James.
But Harvey was a little baby.
She's 10. Nobody was trying.
Her questions might seem odd. You know, I don't know, but, as you were. Would you ever hear?
Was not with her.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking is, it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things that Letecia is through. Because the injuries start. Much of their lives, they hear a pain, sometimes they'll, I think you saw don't know if he was a virgin baby, but he was always brought an alien trade. But very early on, toward river, time here, they and it seems to be so. I've never heard the name Harmony. What did
Can we talk?
what?
Can we talk?
You have to ask Letecia.
People, where you go back to New York City, what,
It's going to be so random.
where did
It's going to be so random.
you?
No, it's going to be so random.
Whatever that
You know what? I'm not going to tell you that. Yeah, and I'm sure not. Me to tell you because she doesn't want me to be treated as badly.
you must have felt the need of it. And indeed, even
Why did he have the knife?
Sometimes I got my when you think it just like. Do you reckon she's so burdens?
Would it ever like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's so different than me. He's so different than me. Even this, the guy was for that.
for the night.
And then he's about a month ago, I said, I didn't know for it. So she's working last week. So she didn't want anyone to know about it. She didn't want anyone to know.
Well, it's all good is that we need else.
I didn't know anything to be as bad as it was not bad. Still, when you see what happened.
I can't, that's
My army was regular. Spanish part was just to grab a weapon and some. Sorry.
what is this?
She did not want to do more than him. She never harmed him.
You're an answer. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. It's the time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Do you want to turn the TV off? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And I don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again, correct?
I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that he entered any, I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated. for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead for since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? I had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to. Have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or and either blind or also true. Other sensation.
And then she was out somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well
It's fluid.
described in literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering. What did you?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I'm not looking. I am not looking for evidence of anything. Trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated again, so that she harmed her in any way that I could find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was either here or there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she, something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not
The
sure.
theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder, okay?
No.
You can't explain,
No,
doctor,
that
you
is not my
cannot.
theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes, I really psychiatrically ill, and that she hallucinates, that she is delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
He read the autopsy report. You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases where children had excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food. But there are many different reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Your Direct, I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you?
We're gonna rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG. That was at that point in time, then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Be relating that to you.
I'm gonna
What I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court
Su-
refused to
sustained.
raise it. I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Sweeney was thinking.
Had I expressed
Well, no,
that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
Well, then it's hearsay.
Well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying I need by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I have seen it.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it? in any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stout did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any uh, or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened.
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference in ability to way or you.
If Ms. Stalk had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred?
I don't know.
Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stalk was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, is it, 40, yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we meet and know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're following.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That what you call it. What you call it is so much less important and what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that, oh, this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has any of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it. But in some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, but not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of approval. That had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. Not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it, for certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have we passed all of them forward and retrieve those in council approach, please.
Can we please talk about the fact that he was like, and I'm going to end this answer here? He's going to shut her up. It is. It's the song that never ends. He's trying to keep her patience. He just sighed when she started speaking this time. I love it. It's hard watching a patient guy like this get unpatient, though, honestly. Yeah, Mel, that was the recross by the defense. And now we are going through juror questions. Looks like they got quite a few. I hope somebody asks her why she doesn't type her own reports. Here's T and her lawyer buddy giggling and getting closer and closer. They're always doing. Oh, good. They put her back in the microphone for this. Judge, you didn't unmute. Yes, they're talking. He didn't unmute the microphones. See the little red X down here still? I really wanted to hear like 20 minutes of questions. Somebody text the DA. I know, please unmute. This is so bad. All day and now this, I know. Dang it. There's people all over Twitter complaining about the fact that there's no audio. looking to see if there's a reporter that's maybe typing the questions. I'm like still looking to see. Does anyone know who we can follow on Twitter that could be there tweeting? The judge is thinking about tomorrow without her. I know, right? He has to know he's muted. I don't understand the point of putting her at the microphone just so that they could all be muted. Terrible. I'm not sure about criminality, logical one. I know I need to, let me check. I can check your channel real quick. I need to talk to Logan and still and see if we're doing it tonight or tomorrow night for ours. No, she doesn't have anything set for tonight. Criminality doesn't. Yeah, the reporters are allowed to tweet. This is so funny. Everybody's like, just watched hours of this terrible audio to not be able to hear the jury questions.
There are a lot of great colors. You can use orange. I love this color. Perfect. So now we're gonna
There's so many. Look how many questions there are. Or is this still just the same one? Just one question and she's just talking that long? Yeah, it's just an error. It has to be. He's always read the juror questions, except for one other time. Like they've never been a secret. So I don't see why they would be a secret this time. Yeah. Judge, I know you're watching Sleuth. Yes, thank goodness there's no court tomorrow, Ramblin'. Exactly. Nothing. Nothing on the Twitter. If you were the jury, your question would be, why is it so hard to say yes or no? That's a good question, Jordan. He did. He had a handful. So many. Find the sign language lady. I know, right? One in court can make mint by selling the jury questions online. Yo, reporters, where you at? It must not be that interesting. Nobody's. Look how thrilled the judge looks at her answer. He's like, why did they ask her questions? Of all people to ask questions to. Why are we doing this still? 2 dang days of her talking. Oh, man. I would take TP's phone calls right about now. Ashley Portillo. Is she updating, though? I didn't see anything from her since 20 minutes ago. Is she? Let me check. See. Yeah, see nothing for the last half hour. I put no jury questions. There's people all under her thread saying, I hope you're taking good notes. The audio's been off. Oh, here he goes. Seeing all of your comments about the court losing audio, I'll try to do my best to summarize jury questions and the answers a bit later. Her answers will be rough. Summarize. Somebody please tell the judge that he's still muted, though. We're not done yet. Who is he talking to? Please unmute. I'm guessing they're rising for the jury. Unbelievable. Judge Warner, unmute. I'm assuming this is the folder of documents that they had to copy. And he's giving the defense their copy of the documents. We'll just do this Sleuth Mom's version of events of what's going on here. He better not ask T if she's gonna freaking testify or not while we can't hear. He is. He's asking her. Okay, Zach Dupoint just posted and said Stauch just informed the court that she will not be testifying on Friday. So he asked her if she wanted to testify, and she informed the court that no, she does not want to testify on Friday. See how she's watching Blippi. She's sitting on her tablet not too far from me watching Blippi. So that's what you're hearing. Mika and Blippi. Yeah, finally does something smart. She's not testifying. Yeah, she will not testify, according to what Zach Dupoint just says. He said that he's going to do another thread with all the juror questions in a little bit. So he's like, can't you just tell him that he has us muted? Tellini just informed the court that the defense will rest on Friday morning. Oh, here we are! Yay!
Right.
Okay, then you're right.
I think it's.
We missed everything.
Because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if however you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So,
Problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
okay. I'll
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
and email everybody?
yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep. Let's see, where was it? Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that should just be stock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of regurgitation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to Jones.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in.
Put it in or out?
If you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it in, I think.
Okay. Just wanted, I think it's a correct legal state or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those, then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 830. Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction, and I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905, or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that. And then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it.
I
But
think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
I think the Zach Dupoint, I retweeted it. If you follow me on Twitter, I did retweet it. You'll be able to find him like that. What they are sealing is the records from the doctor, that big giant stack of questions that they are looking for, or that they were looking for through the doctor's notes, the stuff that she hadn't shared and whatever. That is what they're uploading and sealing. So the only thing that I would say is, so as of right now, it sounds like the defense plans to rest. The prosecution also plans to rest. So then they will go into closing statements, which means that we could have a verdict on Friday. Yeah, rambling around. Me too. I'm glad that we were all in this together. It is because of HIPAA. Yes, Roberta. Judy Jones, you need to. He's always talking about his wife nagging him. She was sitting there going, I wanted to hear the jury questions too. He's gonna have to really get on that. Yeah, Ramblin' Rome. Zach Dupoint said that he's gonna take a couple hours. In a couple hours, he will do that. I'm guessing he's gonna leave the courtroom right now because they're done. Probably get home and then summarize what he remembers. Hopefully he was typing and keeping track once he realized that we were all saying that the audio is gone. So, but Twitter literally went insane. I know, C-Dub, that's what I'm wondering. The only way that I could see rebuttal witnesses is if there's something in the reports that they got from that doctor that they feel like they need to. Oh no. Ashley Portillo said that unfortunately she don't know. She left at 5. So she stepped outside to go, and so she cannot get back into the courthouse because the courthouse is now locked. So just Zach Dupoint was still in there. So at least he was in there to let us know, of course, that T is not going to testify. You think they'll be back in 3 hours? I don't know. I think the questions for this doctor here would have determined, how long they're going to consider her standpoint. What did they have to ask? You think Al needs to go back on once more? Yeah. You almost ran over your phone out of frustration. Don't do that, Seal. You think there's so much to go through. This jury seems intelligent. They may want to sift through it all. That's very possible, logical one. This could be a situation, and they've been so thorough this whole time. This could be a situation where they literally want to look at every single piece of evidence. And it might not be the whole jury that wants to look at every piece of evidence, but I think that there's several members of the jury that are very thorough and that honestly want to approach this with an honest standpoint. And so they could go down through every piece of evidence. They could look at the phone calls that weren't played. They could look at the video footage that wasn't played. They could look at all of that. So that's something to keep in mind. You're betting a donut. The jury is back in 2.5 hours. DB, maybe. Okay, Battissimo just dropped my Twitter. Your money is on Monday. Yeah. I think it also will depend on how long the closing statements are. Is this going to be a situation where, Mike Allen might wrap it up, put a bow tie on it within half hour to an hour? Or is Tellini or Will Cook going to drag it out? I doubt it. They haven't drug anything else out this whole time. I'm not sure. Seal's starting a GoFundMe. Now, he only gifted memberships once. Good job, Sir Finn. I need to look out. Let me see. They sure did drag out that doctor, but that was the prosecution that drug her out. You do too. I don't know. They didn't. You think Monday too, but you really like to see a verdict tomorrow. Well, it would be on Friday. No court tomorrow. Guys, no court tomorrow. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah, enjoy the day off. I'm going to try to mess with that audio on that video. Letecia is not going to testify. She has made the decision today. She will not testify. So, according to Zach Dupoint, who was in the courtroom since the judge muted us, no testifying. It is, Roberta, an amazing group of people. I hope you guys continue to follow me. I'm live pretty much every day. Not for 8 hours typically, but pretty much every day. I do cover a multitude of cases, and I will have other trials coming up for cases that I've covered in the past and things like that. And so I hope that you guys stick around and that we don't lose you guys after Gannon, because that would be really devastating. Building our little family. Feel the jury may be diligent, because if they come back quickly knowing the defense and their tactics, they'll say that it was a biased jury. I think so too, Loretta. I know. You're so mad. Waited 3 years. We get muted for the most important part. You say less than 3 hours. Oh, thank you so much, Roberta. Thank you, thank you. Waiting for a message back from Locomai. And then I'll let you guys know what I'm doing tonight. Oh, who we got here? Hey, while I have you guys here, check this one out. This is just checked my Sleuth Mom messenger. And Laurel sent these to me. This is Michelle Parker. She's been missing since 2011 in Orlando, Florida. That's a long time. This is a long time to be missing. Last seen at the Carter Glen condominiums on Goldenrod Road and Lee Vista on November 17th of 2011. Wow. $200,000 reward out there for anybody who can help find her. Hey, CDT. Yeah, and your recaps have been amazing too. That's where I'm at every day before trial starts, guys. I'm over at CDT's watching the recap. Say 3 hours for paperwork and then 2 so they can say they discussed it. Right. Good, Loretta. Good, good, good. You followed Michelle Parker's case since day one? What are the chances? No, thank you, Laurel. I'm sorry that I didn't see it until just now. Is that close to where Jennifer Kessie went missing from? I've heard Jennifer Kessie a couple times, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's both kind of Orlando, but I'm not sure where those apartments are in reference to where the apartments were that Jennifer Kessie went missing from in 2006. Let's see. The Mosaic Millennia. Let's see. I'll look on Google Earth real quick. Oh, while that's pulling up. Look, May's not sure what she wants to do. So let me see. Then the Carter Glen condominiums. Share this. Dale Smith is the only person of interest. Interesting. So this is where Jennifer Kessie went missing from, and then we get Carter Glen, Goldenrod. Let's do Goldenrod Road. So no. It's too far away. So now I'm not gonna say probably definitely not anywhere near it. Nothing to do with each other. So he definitely knows what happened to her. Orlando Police Department butchered her investigation into her missing case the way they did with Jennifer. That's awful. Oh, I hate that. It's the worst. There's a Reddit post on a connection between the two cases, but it's Reddit. Yeah, go figure. But it's Reddit. Oh yeah, Roberta, if you've missed the recaps, they've been so good. Like she's done an amazing job and it's everything that you needed to remember from the day before. So if you missed it and you don't have 8 hours to watch, it's like CDT has all the most important parts clipped. Be interesting to see what she clips from today, to be completely honest, because Maria was rough. Very rough. So hopefully somebody with skills. I'm going to try to clean that up a little bit, but I know that there are way better technology people out there that can probably clean it up a lot better than what I can. Let me check Zach 2 Point and see what we got going on. DuPont. I think it's DuPont, and I keep calling him DuPont. No. Yeah, so we got time yet. I'm betting he has to drive home and things like that, and he'll post. So later on tonight, and I'm not sure if I will be on tonight or tomorrow night with Lokamai. She seems kind of iffy about which one works best for her. So I will talk to her a little bit more and see. If not, I know allegedly with Brittany J is going live at, she's scheduled right now for 9:30, but every time she schedules at 9:30, and I think she's going early, she moves it. So we'll see if she goes at 9:30 or not. If so, I will probably end up over there. So you worry that they'll never find Jennifer Kessie, and her parents are so unbelievably dedicated to finding her. I know. You know what, the logical one? I worried that they would never find Brittany Drexler, and they did. So there's always that hope. You know, that there's always that hope out there that these missing loved ones can be found. So there's no grandparent laws that will allow her family to see her twins because Dale took off with them. That's awful, Laurel. You'll bet she'll try to clear up the audio, right? No, thank you guys. All right, I love you all. I'm going to jump off here, and I will talk to you all later. Bye.